Are we moving?
So beautiful.
Are we moving?
So weird. The effect's not quite the same on film. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. You'll say a prayer. Our first verse is 1 Peter 5:8. Be sober and watch, for your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. And the second verse is Luke 12:2. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be made known. And those are both out of the Geneva 1599 Bible. We'll pray. Father, we can't thank you enough just for the things that you reveal, for the ways that you protect us. We thank you for your word. We thank you that you took the time to warn us of the dangers about us. We can't think of a more important topic than the one that we're covering tonight, as it is the topic of the Bible. We love you. Keep us covered. Cover all those within the stream and all those who will hear the stream later. Lord, help them to understand the importance of what we're saying and to take it seriously and to know that they can always turn to you. In Jesus' name, amen. I'm Lead Tracker E, and this is Jerry, Lead Horse Choctaw, Jerry Williams. We have 4 Facebook groups: the Choctaw Missing and Murdered Woman, WOMB, and Son Center and Database; the Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, Antlers in Surrounding Areas; the Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warriors Path; and the Lead Tracker E Facebook page. We also have the Lead Tracker E YouTube channel, and please go subscribe to that channel, as there's a lot that we put on there that goes with this. The 2 channels are meant to go together, and those numbers are just staying low. The more that you can hit like and subscribe to both, and the more you can share out our videos, the more people will see them. The algorithm will change, and we can't make a difference if nobody's even taking the time to hit like. We have our book, The Predator. We'll be referring to it quite a bit tonight. The Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warriors Path. And also our Spanish version.
Both are on Amazon. This is the new Spanish version. So there's no excuses for our Spanish-speaking friends to not have the same information as everyone else. And especially if, we get a lot of hecklers and people like that. But with this information, you'll understand that they don't know what they're talking about. So get your book. And we use it in our tracker course also. It's got a lot of very important information. It's not written as a storybook. It's information that you need to secure your family, your friends, your homes, your livestock, and things like that around your livelihood. It's a serious book. And it'll help you. And once you read it, you'll understand what we're talking about. Also, our Bigfoot documentary. We're also having a sale right now as far as a Bigfoot documentary and one of the books of your choice. But also, if you'd like to just purchase a book by itself, you can send through Cash App here, or we do have an autographed copy, and we will autograph it for you, and we'll send it out to you with a $5 shipping and handling. The documentary goes with the book, and the book goes with the documentary, but if you get them separate, that's good too. But you really need them both at the same time because the book talks about it, but the video shows you everything and where we went to get the information for you. We don't recommend anyone going to the same places that we did, but we knew what we were doing, so we gathered that information and brought it back to you, and you will see that in the documentary. There's also live Bigfoots in, sorry, live Bigfoots in the documentary, plus a few others of photos, but there is a video of a Bigfoot that is shown on the documentary. Also, our Warrior Tracker training course, it's in its sixth day, so that's about is that a month?
6 weeks in.
6 weeks in, but this will be our. So we did 5 days already, 5 course studies, and well, our last one was 4 hours. So, but we got through it. We tried to push it into 3 hours, but it took us 4 hours, and we want to thank our candidates for staying with us that long. We know people were tired afterwards, but it is all information that we need so that we don't get fooled, we don't make the wrong decisions, and with everything that we were teaching and showing, that you understand that it's been here for a while. The information is there. We just have to know what is being said in the hieroglyphs. But many people don't have that information or are reading hieroglyphs right now. So a lot of people are still guessing out there. They're making their own opinions or ideas about these predators when it's very exact, the knowledge that's being shared from ancient people to right now. But if you are in that course, you understand what we're talking about. Or if you've taken the course, you know what we're talking about. But we'd like to thank the trackers or the training candidates for being in the course. We know you're learning a lot, and we appreciate the time that you spend with us. Let's see, tracking miracles and encounters.
There are 2 playlists we would like you to go take a look at in the Lead Tracker e-channel. The first one is Tracking Miracles and Encounters. Catch up on the episodes that we already have, and that's just bringing glory to the ways that God's divine intervention and divine orchestration affect us in the field and as trackers or as people who have experienced the predator Bigfoots or the hybrids. And then the standing footage stories are Lead Horse stories of his travels, of where he began to collect all this information and the travels along the way and the news behind the news. He was the last man standing at Standing Rock, and oh, I know.
That's a predator weapon. And I didn't see that it was sticking out right there. But
the stories behind the stories that you didn't see on the backside of the news, and they're extremely important. And even some of those stories we'll cover a little bit tonight. We're going to be moving very rapidly tonight because there's just so much to cover. We could have probably done it in 2 episodes. So
we was kind of talking about some of the situations of the Standing Feather stories, and we're kind of laughing about it because I was in one meeting with a lot of tribes, their elders, some of the warrior societies, and one of the women kind of started laughing, and she was pointing at me, and we just kind of like, what are you kind of laughing about? And she said, well, we ran an FBI check on you. And I said, oh, you did? And she goes, and she looked around the room and said, do y'all know who you got here? And it's good for the people, the what I did, but in the predator society, it's frowned upon about protecting sacred sites and being a guardian of water and land, um, and things like that. But we're just kind of laughing about because a lot of stories that I have been incarcerated quite a few times, but it's all for good things. They were just getting me out of the way, or they knew that. Um, like for one time, I was offered $3 million per year to step aside and not ever protest again or not help anybody again. But I turned that money down, and like right now, I probably have about 50, $60 million. But I turned all that down because I wouldn't turn my back on the people or the children. So um, that's kind of what the woman in that meeting was laughing about, because I wouldn't take anything to stop what we were doing because we were trying to help a lot of people, reservations. At Standing Rock, we was helping 18 million people with their drinking water. I was also incarcerated there. I was the last man standing, uh, the last one captured, and I didn't go peacefully, but they had more people and outnumbered me, and it took a couple of people to wrestle me down, and with also being sprayed in the eyes with the orange foam stuff and things like that. But those are some of the stories on Standing Feather stories that we'll be covering soon. We got a couple of things that we got to catch up on, but we do appreciate everyone being here for those stories. A lot of information. Also, if you'd like to become a Patreon member, I think, Kelly, if you may be in the room, we want to thank you for becoming the newest Patreon member. But we do have, and we will be having a lot more information that we're just given to the Patreon members. And maybe a week or two later, which the Patreon members get the information first or at the same time. But there's some things coming up that we're not going to put out until after everything's done. But the Patreon members, you will have that first choice to see what we're doing. It should be, yeah, it's in the link below in the description. Also, if you would like to support the Tracker channel, we also have PayPal and Cash App. That's also in the description. And if you've been with us for a while, you know what we do with the funds that we receive, the help that we receive, because we do show you afterwards what your support has helped do. And sometimes your support helps other people because we spend that money on gas to go do work for free, to take predator blinds down, or to go there to evaluate and to help people like that. And if you were with us the other night with calls not heard, you understand that not all the people who call for help or need some assistance are on the live stream. Sometimes we're just phone calls and things that we can do to help them right then. And so there's behind the scenes kind of things that we still work on and still do, especially if you don't see us on YouTube for a while or something like that. We're still busy. We have the Tracker course. We have Tracker meetings. We're on the phone all the time helping other people with the availability that we have at that time. But if you would like to support, every bit is appreciated. We also have to let everybody know that this is a Tracker channel. It's not an entertainment channel. Here we need to have, we give lessons, interviews, some of our Tracker courses or Tracker information that we send out. This is a serious channel. It's not an entertainment channel. You're not going to see hectic things go on here. It's like a classroom. We have to get these things out to you and to our trackers. So we ask that you keep the conversations down. We welcome everybody saying hi to each other, hi to us. That's the fun part. But we also will check the comments right after this. Sometimes we'll stop in the middle and we'll take comments then. But we will take all the comments at the end for sure, as long as they're related to the topic or the interview or the guest or the lesson. Um, if, like, for example, if we're talking about Prince and you ask about frequency, we've already done a video on that, or infrasound or something like that. We've already done a video like that, but our topic is this one certain thing, or the lesson. So we will answer those questions. We don't want to answer just all over the questions, and we've decided that maybe once a week, or maybe twice, or once every 2 weeks, that we have a um, talk, or a late night talk,
Yeah,
or
we can have the time to talk with y'all, but during the lessons, we're trying to stay very focused.
and finish what we're doing. So we're going to go to the comments now and see who's all here and say hello to each other. And then we're going to get to this very important information that we need you to have. And it's things that we needed when we were younger, because we weren't being taught this information. And we want to make sure that you learn the information so you can teach your children, or teach your friends, or your family, because this is going on right now.
There will be many adult topics talked about tonight. We want you to use it, and then you teach your children, but young children don't need to be in tonight's presentation. The information is for them and for protecting them, but it's like a sex education class. You don't want, I'm not saying that's what this is, but you don't need the teacher to do that. You learn the information, and then you teach your child, right?
Yeah, you
Like
teach
that.
your child. You teach your family.
Yeah. So
Don't
there will be
let
some things that are just too heavy for us to relate to your children. So
Yeah.
you do it in your way.
In your way, yes. Okay, let's see who's all here. What? Look at this. Look who's first in the room.
Lorna, we
Tractor,
have missed you very much.
And we're so happy you're back, and safe and sound back with us.
We're going to cruise through the names because we have so much to cover. That's why we actually rescheduled, was because we still had more and more that it kept growing. So, hey, Lorna.
JR is here. Lorna looks like she made it home just before the storm hit, and that's good. That's good. Joyce is here. All right, Joyce.
Graybeard is here.
Graybeard, good seeing you, Graybeard. Oh, Tracker Lorna, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lorna.
You help us all the time, and thank you so much.
We can't wait to catch up with you, and we will be having a live stream with Lorna.
Yeah,
soon.
Yeah,
to catch up on her trip.
She has got some information that we want people to know about, and the things that she has been doing. It's going to be exciting just to hear what she's been doing also, and we can't wait for the tracker meeting also. Look who's here. Truth Walker. Oh, Truth Walker. All right. Let's see. Robert Penosa.
Hola, Robert. Welcome.
Hola. Es tiempo. And por Now we do have a friend who will be here, hopefully tonight. Her name, well, we say CT.
To help translate.
And so we do have translators who will be here, or we have other people who will copy and paste and help you that way. So,
and I believe we also have it set up so that if his translation is on, he can go back and read the transcript later.
Yeah, we will have make sure. I mean, I think it already is, but if you was to watch this later, it should have the Spanish translations. But hopefully, CT will be here, or we do have other translators who pop in from time to time. Oklahoma Adventure, sometimes they'll pop in and help us out if CT is real busy, and she is real busy.
Miriel
Flora.
Welcome.
Flora. Hola. Thank you. She says great videos. Lead Tracker is saying hello to everybody.
And Jackson is here.
Jackson.
Glad you could make it in.
And yeah, I had to check to make sure that was you who sent the friend request, and it was you. So welcome, and we're glad you're here. She says those calls send chills down my spine. Used to think it was coyote or wolf calls. Yeah, they.
Sometimes they are. Sometimes they mix in.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
and you can hear the little distinct difference if you listen to coyotes and things
Yeah,
like
they're
that.
a lot more sharp and tinny.
Sounds like we'll cover that later.
Todd Calloway.
Todd Calloway, our man Todd Calloway. How are you doing? We're glad you're here.
We
And
missed you too.
We did miss you too. We're glad you're.
Looking forward to that catch-up phone call.
Yeah, we sure need to get with that. Everyone, all right.
Sheila R. is back with us. Good to see you.
Sheila R.
Good.
Oh,
She's just
good.
been quiet. She's been lurking.
Good.
Hola, Doris.
Hola, Doris. Hey, Doris, if you could help out
Robert.
Robert from time to time if he has any questions, like just right before your name, Doris. If you can help us out till CT comes in, we would appreciate that. And Todd Calloway is a good man, and he's got some information also that we need to also share with all of y'all.
There's Ward Chief. Always good to see
Ward Chief.
Part of the family.
He says, Halito, everyone. Halito means hello in Choctaw. A good man there, good man to know. And he has got a story himself, and he's also one of the best trackers that we have.
There's Shade. Salute.
The Shade.
Pamela Smith is here. Hey, Pamela.
Everybody's saying hello to Shade and everybody. And Pamela. Everybody's saying hello to Pamela. Oh, looky there. Tracker A. All right. Imogene.
Tracker A has a very interesting footprint, but we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah.
Hi, Imogene.
Imogene. I'm sorry. We just like saying that name.
Elastic Machinery is here.
Elastic Machinery. All right. Good seeing you. Glad you're here.
There's Mary.
All right. Oh, look at everybody. There's Danette.
Hey, Danette.
All right. Everybody's saying hello.
Look at who else. Scott's Life.
Wow. Everybody's here. Well, not everybody. But like we say, it's all quality, not quantity. Let's see. Everybody's saying hello to Scott, and Sheila R is saying it's hard trying to catch up, getting ready for my other hip. We understand. Everybody's saying hello to Scott, hello to Mary and Scott, and also to Lorna is saying hello to Mary. All right.
And for those just listening but not in the chat, welcome to you too.
So tonight we're talking about gifts. And there's Anne again. She's saying hello to everyone and blessings. And Anne seems like a feisty kind of person. We've never met, and I don't even think I've seen your face, but I've seen your comments, and I've seen some of the things that you put likes on, and I can just kind of tell by able to tell by the way you carry yourself and the words that you use that you're a strong person. And that was Scott Slav saying hello to Lorna, Truth Walker, and War Chief. So tonight we're talking about gifts with consequences and how this pertains to not only and this is kind of you to say. That the gifts with consequences. Now in the predator world, gifts come with consequences. Every one of them comes with consequences. Nothing is predator does not gift or accepts gifts without some kind of there's a hidden, there's a back, there's
A motive.
a motive behind it. They're not just they're not just gifting you or paying your rent or something like that. They're after something. Just like Bigfoots, when people, and this is in our new book, but we're going to share that information because it is important. But a lot of people, a lot of researchers, people who are out there doing uh, and giving the wrong information to other people are endangering other people. Gifting in the spider to the insect to the animal to the human or to the man world is a mating ritual. So if people are out there telling you to gift or give them a ball, give them some food, or give them this, they're actually telling you to court this predator. Um, Now, the mating ritual, like there's even a spider called the gifting spider. It'll wrap up a fly or an insect. It'll take it to a female, and while she's feeding off of it, the gifting spider will mate with that spider. But also gifting, and this is all in the book. But gifting is where you will sacrifice not only yourself for a mating ritual or for a feast or a meal, but you will sacrifice your family. You will sacrifice your children.
It may not be the way that you intend it, but it's the way that they see it.
Yep. Because a lot of people don't understand or hasn't been taught that gifting
Or
is
won't listen.
or won't listen and will do it anyway. That it is a gifting ritual. It is a mating ritual, and it's for an exchange. So people who gift predators, predator Bigfoots, and we're going to start off with predator Bigfoots, and then we're going to move down. But when if someone is gifting a predator Bigfoot, they're willing to sacrifice their family and their children. Every gift, every time that gifter goes out, and even if they're just trying to get pictures, or video of these creatures, they don't understand that every time they gift, these things are encroaching. They're coming closer every time. And you may get a distant picture, but when you go inside, they're coming up to your door, your window. They'll even start tapping on your window. That's the mating, the tapping. Even a spider does that. Tapping on windows, going, trying to get you to come out either to eat you or to have that mating ritual. And little by little, every time a gifter does that, little by little, they're going to get more of an action, more of a uh, interaction with that
Connection.
predator. And we do know of people who are saying that they're getting interactions with these things and they're gifting these things, and these things are getting closer and closer and closer. So it's just a matter of time, and we do know of people who've met that time. Either they've been uh, taken advantage of sexually, or they've been eaten, or those people have moved from that house or that area, and now when the new family comes in, they don't know what's going on. But now this predator Bigfoot is coming, or the hybrids are coming, still looking for that gift because it's already been started. They will lull that victim or lull that gifter into a false sense of security. Um, you could have an alligator, and if you fed that alligator every day with chicken or some kind of food, that alligator will swim right up to you, put its nose up, and just wait for the food. You could be right next to it, but don't feed that alligator for a couple times and go out there and see what happens. You're the bait then. You're the food then.
A predator is always a predator. A predator is never not a predator.
They come,
Negative, did I miss it?
but they will come closer to your homes. They will come closer to your family. They will start taking your pets. Um, Now, to a predator, if you leave your child alone, if you leave your pet alone, that means you don't love them. In the predator world, it means you don't love them. When you yell at kids or yell at your dog to be quiet, you're not showing that pet love. You're not going, what are we looking at? What are you barking at? Come into the house. Let's make sure you're secure too. When you leave your pets outside at nighttime when predators are around, there's too many people who could tell you their pets are missing. We know many people who their pets are missing, and they've either been gifting or they've overlooked it and said, "Well, that predator is just in the area,"
They're just curious.
or they're just curious. These are not curious things. These are predators. They know how to hunt. They know if you're going to leave that dog out or not. They know if that child is out in the backyard or playing by that tree line, that the mother or the father is not worried about it or is not caring about it, because like with all the trackers, and we let everybody know that if you're a couple, if one goes outside, both of you go outside. One watches, whatever. The other one is, if one's just doing some light work or something, the other one is always there. You're both watching that tree line. You're both working together. You're both working on what you need to get done. And also, if you're just outside, always be outside. Always make sure there's two. But in the predator world, that means that you don't love that child, that you don't love that pet, that you don't love that horse, that you don't love that cow. Or
We're not saying that you don't. We're saying how they perceive it.
yeah, in the predator world. And if you've ever been around people, you would know that when they have missing pets, that pet was outside during it being taken with nobody watching it. Even if you got game cams and things like that, if your pets are still out there, they know that this is a free meal. If they love that pet, they would have had it in its own secure building. It's lit area, or in the house with the family. So make sure you take care of your pets. Bring them indoors. Don't let your children play outside by themselves, or even two children out there by themselves. Parents always have to be there with some kind of supervision, or like for us, it'd be some kind of we want any predators in our area to know that there's love here. That if you try to do anything here, you will be dealt with, or the predator will be dealt with. So, gifting predators, gifting Bigfoots, it's a mating ritual. We have not been taught that. We've been taught to, if we just like somebody, to give them flowers, or just little things like that. But we're also being taught that this will maybe get you a girlfriend. This maybe get you a date to the senior prom dance or something like that. But we're not being told that this is a ritual. This is a mating ritual.
It's an effort to establish a connection.
Yeah. And once that connection is made, especially with a predator or predator Bigfoot, they're coming. They're going to get closer to you. They want more. They're never satisfied as human predators are. So, what do we have on the Bigfoot?
Well, we can, in the book on page 156, for those of you that have it, we're going to not read every paragraph, but skim through the highlights because there's so much. But from 156 to 175 are the sections for you to read. I'm going to read very quickly. It's important to trust. The first chapter in this section is called Yourself, Loved Ones, Animal Companions, and Livestock. It's important to trust your intuition about danger around you. If the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, the predator is behind you. When you get goosebumps on your right side, it's on your right side. If you feel uncomfortable sensations on your left, the predator is on your left. If there is no indication of wind, but you feel the wind on your body, that's your body telling you there is a predator, a translucent or concealed predator nearby. They will get as close as they can to hear or see what room a person is in. Juvenile predator Bigfoots are most often assigned this task. The predators will signal back to other predators with the sound of a whippoorwill. Some people will even hear a predator Bigfoot but think it's a whippoorwill outside their window. To test this, turn your lights off and it will stop. Be wary around strange people that you may see in the woods or at various locations. Please note the smaller predator Bigfoots do wear clothing such as hoodies, trench coats, dresses, and blankets stolen from their victims, clotheslines, and other sources. Consider it nothing more than urban camouflage, the purpose being to get closer to humans. Always look at the feet. They will leave their head and hair hanging down and try to avoid their face being seen. They will stand at the tree line and hold a dress or blanket in front of themselves to appear to be a woman standing there. More than one person has been fooled by the lady in white or lady in the woods. By the time the person realizes that they have been lured deeper into the woods and what they are truly looking at, it's too late for escape. Use our deterrence methods to protect your home and property. We have the spiritual house cleansing video and the home tracking and deterrence 101 video. Those are both on the Lead Tracker E channel. Look in that playlist, just the basics. Do not think the predator Bigfoots are curious, and we hear this all the time, about you or your children in a friendly way. They are not. They are learning to mimic, to see how close they can get to your children, and to see what responses they can elicit from you. These predators are responsible for hitting the side of a house, climbing on the roof, looking in windows, dislodging sewage and water pipes, and so on. Keep your pets inside at night and supervise while outside. Do not let your pets sleep outside at night. I'm going to skip down some. Keep areas leading to your animals clear of brush and debris and well lit. Stop telling your dogs to shut up when they are alerting you. That is their job. We recorded one woman who got out of her car every night, phone stuck to her ear and talking loudly while her dog tried to warn her that the predator Bigfoot and hybrids were in the area. We recorded her talking on the phone, the dog barking, and her telling the dog to shut up, while a predator Bigfoot howled in the background. She never heard because she was talking on the phone and telling her dog to be quiet. Be careful around strange animals that you do not personally know. The predators will also train small dogs to both lure people into the woods, to save them, and to alert the predators when something or someone is near. The predator Bigfoots do not think of dogs as their pets in the way that we do. They are tools to be used to gain access to or warn about incoming humans. I'll skip down a little more. Keep brush and structures cleared away from areas where your animal companions or livestock live, eat, or play. Keep their areas clean. Keep the feed for the animals secured and in locked containers or structures, preferably inside the home or barn. It is best that livestock be kept in barns, sheds, or enclosed, well-lit structures at night. Be aware that the predator Bigfoots rape everything that is capable of being raped by them, including humans. A Mississippi Choctaw woman has an old blind horse that has been raped several times by predator Bigfoots, causing its internal organs to be exposed on the outside of the body. This horse corral literally had large bows woven into the structure. The local tribal members, including children, told us how none of them would go into these woods anymore, and all played on a tiny patch of land close to their homes. I'm going to skip some more to the next section. Next section is property, your property. Predator Bigfoot staged their observation holes, blinds, and traps from identifying the habits, routines, and schedules of the homeowner. The predators observe when and where the children and pets play, and when either are outside alone unguarded. Use this knowledge to protect and clear out predator Bigfoot blinds and observation spots. Use the knowledge and think strategically to where you would be if you were trying to spy upon yourself or your children. Note where you would need to be to not be seen, but be able to view in as wide an angle as possible. Rotate slowly as you carefully observe what you can see from that specific vantage point. Do this standing, squatting, and sitting height. Predator Bigfoots will place their ambush blinds so that prey will be blinded by the sun. Learn shadow language to identify Bigfoot blinds and to see them in the shadows, and that's explained in other areas of the book and other videos that we've done. Clean your property. I'm just going to hit the highlights of these. Clean your property. Get rid of blinds that you make through junk, piled up stuff, old sheds. Tear them down or light them up. Light them up, burn them down, or light them up with lighting on them so that they don't become just another place for the predators to hide. Keep them in good repair. Make a plan to clear brush and downed or broken trees around your property. When you're doing this, you need to always check the wood line for dark images that may show up. You need to have someone watching that tree line while you work so that you can get the job done safely. You want to remove trash because trash is a big lure. These things you can go into the videos that we mentioned earlier and just the basics, and we'll go into great detail of exactly how to do this. You want to add as much lighting as you possibly can. Sell some of that excess junk that you have and you don't need, and use that money to buy more cameras, game cams. Use it to buy motion detectors, good lighting outside. That's super, super important. We cannot stress that enough. Under the section on secure your home, we have keep thresholds and doors inside the home closed at all times. This is to prevent movement of a translucent predator that may be in the home. Each room with a closed door keeps translucent or shadow people contained in that room. This makes them easier to contain and cast out rather than chasing them from room to room. That's in the spiritual house cleansing video. Secure your home starting with the entry and exit points. The hybrid, I'm gonna skip down. One's ability or inability to comprehend, accept, or explain by current scientific methods has no bearing on the existence of such things, just as germs and parasites existed before the invention of the microscope, which enabled people to see them. In other words, just because you can't see it doesn't mean they don't exist. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean they don't exist. These predators are easier to see using your peripheral vision than by looking directly at them. They enter homes through openings left by homeowners or guests. Teach the people who dwell in your home to carefully and conscientiously secure doors and windows. People used to go around before bed and they would check all the doors and windows, and do that. Get back in the habit of doing those things. People think that just because they live in the country, they can leave their windows unlocked and their doors unlocked, and that's just absolute foolishness. Let's see. People tend to leave car doors and home doors open when they're unloading groceries, for example, and both provide opportunities for the predators to enter the home or vehicle. Energy and physical predators are opportunists. Unsecured entry and exit points are openings and access granted to all predators. Also be aware of your gables, crawl spaces, and attic fans. Find the blinds, get those knocked down. We tell you how to do that. We literally go to people's homes and show them how to do that, but we can only get to so many people. So we show you how to do it in videos and on our live streams in the book. We personally know 2 different homeowners that have predator Bigfoots attempting to push in their window air conditioning units or trying to pull them out. Whether the predators were trying to get in or attempting to get the homeowners to come out doesn't matter, as it's unacceptable either way. Use screws or cut dowel rods the length of the space between the top of the bottom window and the top of the upper window to wedge in at the sides to secure the AC in the windows. I'm just going to skip some. They will also come up through the floor if they are given legal spiritual rights in some manner. If your home is on blocks or is a mobile home, make sure that the home has some kind of skirting. Check periodically to make sure the skirting is still secure and not being pushed aside at night to create an opening. The more difficult you make it for the predators to find a hiding spot, the better. If they find that bothering you or your home is consistently inconvenient, they will move on to other places, just as a human predator would. They will come back to check for security from time to time. Remove any trees or shrubs that are close to the home which provide coverage for predators. If you're unwilling or unable to remove the trees, at least brightly light them up, or use white or reflective paint on the trees by painting a white line of paint or ribbon around them so that you can see if a shadow is standing or passes in front. White fabric can also be used. Familiarize yourself with the size and shape of each tree and brush in your yard so that you will immediately recognize if you suddenly have what we call a fat tree. The predator Bigfoots and hybrids will stand against the back side of the tree with one foot turned out on each side of the tree and peer around the trunk or through a V to spy on their prey. We teach you how to set traps. We tell you to practice self-defense. We tell you stop, look, and listen. Pay attention. Get off that phone when you're outside. Avoid routines and patterns. That's extremely important. Your entire life, you have been trained to have habits, routines, and schedules. This predictability is a weakness when it comes to predators. This is also true with a human predator, but with a Bigfoot predator or hybrid, it's even more dangerous. They know when you come home during the day or night. By watching a family's habits, patterns, routines, and schedules, the predator Bigfoots and their hybrids know when you're alone, when your children are alone, if you leave in the morning when it's still dark for your job, when your children come home, and when the school bus arrives. They know when you check your mail or weed your flower beds or water your lawn. They know if you leave your dog or pets outside, if you leave food out, and if you leave animals outdoors. These are the places where ambush blinds and traps will be set up. Patience is the only virtue they have. It pays off. When it's time to take, they take. I'm going to skip some. If you start finding random items on your property, beware. These Bigfoots will gift items they've been given by the naive or stolen from past victims or potential victims to lure in people. They are trying to gift you to see what you like. For example, if they see that you're always drawn to picking up white rocks or feathers or even bones, they will bring those items to you. They are reading you and every member of your family or camp. They'll take items from one place and leave them in another. They identify preferences and use that information for stalking. If you have a stream close to your home and you like shells, you may find shells or arrowheads. We go on more about that. They do this to everyone. If they're doing it to you, it's not because you're special to them. You are useful. They are choosing you to be groomed to bring them food, to be their food, or to bring in others that will feed them. Understand this. They're doing it because they are predators and they are hunting you. They are trying to create access to you or your children to find the weaknesses you have. They may be the first Bigfoot you have seen, but you are by no means the first human they have seen. We teach you that your vehicle is an ambush spot. Your mailboxes, your wood sheds, your wood piles, your well house, anywhere that you have a habit or a pattern of going to and being distracted while you're there and your back's to the woods while you're there, or maybe they're waiting inside of those areas. Think like a predator. This is not to make you paranoid. It's to make you aware so that you don't have to be paranoid. You just, if you're going to establish a habit, let it be the habit of paying attention to what's going on around you. If any tracking individual or group, and he mentioned this earlier, intentionally tries to use you or anyone else for bait by using any or all of the above methods, discontinue that relationship. If you have a rural mailbox, maintain good situational awareness when walking to the mailbox and getting or dropping off your mail. Take a stout walking stick with you, and if you have reception, your phone. If possible, always carry a weapon. As trackers know, never be further than 10 feet from your weapon. And I'll stop there with the reading of the book.
And also the knowledge in this book, you can test it if you like. It's been tested. We had some of the best trackers, some of other group teams use this book or use the information. They've tested it, and they can all tell you that we know what we're talking about. But even us just giving you the information and letting you know what we've already been through. We're not guessing. We're not trying to figure this out. We're not trying to uh, give you our opinion. We know these techniques work. We know this predator and how it works. So if you try to put your opinion into this book, you're going to give people the wrong information. Just share the information in the book.
Follow it consistently and completely, and you will have results. You can't take a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of what somebody else said, and it's not working for people. What we're saying is working for people.
Yeah. It's been tried, it's been tested, and it's been proved. But it is dangerous to have someone who has this information who doesn't use it correctly, who tries to think that these things are human or that these things are have children. These things don't have children. They have offspring. They have pods. They have predators. They're not us. They're not man. But they will use that form to try to fool you, to try to lull you into that sense of security, that false sense of security.
That one moment of hesitation while you're wondering or thinking, is this a person? That's all they need.
That's all they need. And they will take, and if you got pets and you've lost pets, then you understand what we're talking about. We've talked and helped people before, and they leave their cats and dogs outside. Then they call us and tell us, oh, one of our cats were taken, one of our dogs were taken. And we're saying, yes, that's what predators do. That's what they're going to do. These are predators. They're not human. They're not man. They're not us. These are creatures. These are predators. These are abominations. These are mixtures of different DNAs. It's got our or man's DNA in there because it's been eating man. It's not, the sequence doesn't line up, as we had a stream the other night about that.
If you seek our guidance and we give it to you, and then you're picking and choosing, don't take it personal when we're just like, okay, there's too many people out here that still need help, that will listen methodically to every single thing.
Who need help.
Yeah, they're desperate for the help, and they will listen to it. That's just common sense. There's too many people to help. It's nothing personal. It has nothing to do if we love you, like you, if you could be the best friend. We have to keep moving forward. We're on a mission. We're never going to deviate from this. When things change, it's not us that are changing. It's not the things that we're saying that are changing.
We've got people who are talking with us who their pets are missing. Big pets too, that protect the home. And they've gotten a hold of us or talked to us after the pets are missing, but some of them had the book and still didn't follow or read the book and follow what we wanted them to, what we put in the book to help protect your pets, your family.
We've been to people's houses and hung curtains for them and covered their windows, and then go back the next time because they've been complaining about things looking in their window. Well, how? Because you took the curtains back down, or you're still walking outside at night, or you're still making the same mistakes when you've been taught better. We don't have the patience for that. We honestly don't.
We even have people, friends, some trackers too, who when we say lay a track trap, and we're explicit about that, You get results. You find out what's coming around your home, how often it's coming around. Multiple, if multiple things are coming around your home, those traps will tell you. They'll tell you which way they're coming in, and you can read the track. But if you don't do that, and then you wonder why these things are coming by, or what it is, or how many times. Um,
If we tell you put skirting on your home and you say, oh, well, never, yes, no, nah, never mind. Well, okay, don't be upset when they're crawling up under there.
and don't be upset whenever we have to go help someone else who is doing
Yeah,
this.
there's only so many hours in the day.
Um,
We don't want anyone to get hurt, but we gotta keep moving forward.
I want to play this one little clip for everyone. I think it's only about 30 seconds or something. But this is from the other stream that we did. It's not us, even though it's used in that form. It's not a walking wolf, or some people call it dogman. It's a predator that's using the wolf look. It's using the Mothman. It's eating bats. It's eating some kind of bird DNA to be that. But it's a predator using that form.
We don't care what you call it, and then they want to split Dogman down into 7 different categories. It doesn't matter. It's a predator. All you need to know is that it's a predator. If you've got time after you've secured everything, and good luck with that, having time after keeping all that up, then you can get to categorizing and stuff. But for our purposes, they're predators. We don't care if they're this small and they come at, whether it's a little school of piranhas or one giant shark, does it matter? They're both going to kill you. Yeah. If you get involved with them. So we're not interested in defining the name of every single thing, because they continuously mutate because of the nature of what they are. So this is why you got man, bear, pig, and turtle, frog, Batman, and
walking wolves.
Because this predator can bind DNA from different species, but it's still a predator. It's a predator with man DNA, and those are the most dangerous, the ones that look the most like us. But it's not a man with predator DNA. It's a predator first, and that's what we really, really, really need to get in here.
It's just using the form to get closer to people, to get closer to your children, because it'll get down, even though the fur will still have a little bit of a face, because it's been eating man. It has bits and pieces of man in there. It's not us. But it'll sit in that tree line and call your kids. Mm-hmm. Or it'll act like it's shy, but it's just trying to get you,
like a demon
or a child or a pet, to come closer, to grab, to eat. Now, I won't play this little clip, but it came from the Melba Ketchum DNA study. But just these certain little bits and pieces that she talks about, it's like people just overlook it. But that's the analysis. That's the data that's sent back. I'm gonna play this
Their conclusion is not our conclusion.
Yeah, their opinion afterwards, their idea, their theory, their I think, and maybe. Listen to the data. The data is telling you
Instead
exactly.
Of looking for what you want it to be. People want to believe that these things are man.
And they want to believe that some are good or some are bad. But a predator is a predator. Like we said, you could have a wolf all your life, but if you run out of food, that dog will eat. That wolf will eat.
What was the grizzly man? The
grizzly man.
It's a perfect example. He and his girlfriend ended up getting eaten. He insisted that they were okay and he could live with them, and they were just the most wonderful thing. They're predators.
And even the grizzly man was willing to sacrifice his girlfriend to bring her out into this predator territory. And they found out exactly what a lot of people have found out. These things will eat you. They will.
The magician with the tiger. Remember that?
Yeah. If it's a predator, it's a predator. There was a sign. We watched a few weeks ago. There was a sign in a zoo. A guy said, "Danger, do not enter." He crossed over. It says, "Do not put your hand
Yeah.
in the cage." And he put his hand up there, and the lion grabbed him. He was screaming, pulling, trying to. They had to dart it and get it to back up to release
Happened like that.
that fast. But it's a predator. What do you think that lion is going to do? It's not going to let you pet it. It's ready to eat.
I get it. When I was a little kid, I went on a school field trip, and there was a raccoon. It was a petting zoo type situation, I guess, and a raccoon with a sign on it that said, "Do not put fingers in cage." What I do? Stuck my finger. It says raccoon bites. I stuck my finger in the cage. I got bitten. That lesson was could have been much worse, but we're adults now. We're not children. Pay attention to these warnings
and teach these warnings. But this predator, the Bigfoots, the hybrids of the Bigfoots, and if you haven't seen that stream, it's called "Helping Read the Fine Print." It's about the DNA. But this little clip is coming just from that DNA study. But we're not giving you their ideas or their opinions or what it could be. We're going to give you this little clip. It's only about 30 seconds. But if you listen to it and see what it is, it explains it. And it's not us. It's a predator.
But we went further. We went into the nuclear DNA, which is the DNA that's inherited from your mother and daddy. And what we found there was it was not human. It had bits of human sequence in it, but it didn't align well with anything that we've ever seen. And we did a cursory look at the whole genome using just single mutations. And when we did that testing, it fell well below the human threshold. It should have been up above 95% of these mutations appearing, and it was down in the 87 percentile. And this was pristine DNA.
The best DNA will tell you it's not a human. It's got bits and pieces in there because it's mixed in there, because it's been eating human. It's been eating man to add to that. And it will produce an offspring that has a man-like form. If it eats more wolves, they'll have a wolf-like form. If it eats more elk, and it'll have a chupacabra form. A Wendigo form. A dog, more dog, like you'll have a chupacabra. It's a mixture of, it's a combination of everything, but not a completion of anything, and that's also in the book.
This is why everybody's right and everybody's wrong. This is why they struggle trying to describe it. It's why just as soon as they think they've got it figured out, it's different. But wait, this doesn't match. That doesn't match.
And all of them are still trying to figure it out. Whenever we've told you explicitly, we showed
Just
you
see
the
it for
DNA.
what it is.
Yeah, if you really look at it, and if you ever get it, and I hope it's never a close look. But we've got video, we've got pictures. Nothing looks like a man.
Our Australian tracker, the Yowies there, some of them look like wombats. Some of them have kangaroo features. It's just, people are making it more complicated than it needs to be. If you can just expand your thoughts and accept this, then you can make a plan to. But the solutions are the same. The predatory patterns are the same, and the way to deal with them is the same, no matter which one of these mutations it is.
Now, the human people, there are human predators. There's a human hybrid. She even talks about that. There are human hybrids, humans who have reptilian DNA, reptilian people. But there's also bird reptilian people. There's fish mixed with humans. There are human hybrids here. It's been done. It's already been made that way through this DNA or through the fallen ones who are mixing DNA and trying to change people.
And through demonized human genetic manipulation.
Yeah.
taking it even further.
And some lukewarm people, and we want to get away from saying lukewarm, because even Jesus says either you are or you're not. Either you're a child of God or you're a child of Satan, and that's the way heaven works. He'll say, "I don't know
No
you."
more fence riding.
No, he'll say, "I don't know you." Either you're a child of God, which is um, like a child of the Creator, the one who created everything.
Has the fingerprint of God. These things are patchwork Frankenstein freaks.
And like we talked about just the other night with that DNA, I believe, or no, I think it was afterwards, but we have a completed form. The predator Bigfoots don't. Whenever they're hatched or birthed, that they're still changing. That's why they can grow wings afterwards. That's why their body, their torso grows and their legs stay short so they can run on all fours real easy. That their hands will still continue to stretch out with that metatarsal. Their arms right here also stretch out further. Same thing with their legs. I mean, from the knee to the ankle. It's just using our form. We're just trying to relate this, but even like the arm it continues to grow. So does the leg, or the from the ankle. I mean, the knee to the ankle. That there's still a piece in there that's going to continue to grow.
And we have that's on this channel. It's a playlist that's all about, we go several different videos. We go into the spider DNA and do explain more thoroughly.
And humans, these human predators, but there's also people who have willingly given themselves to Satan. They've accepted, or through assent, accepted a demon into their body, or they do astral projection or remote viewing. Those people are open, and those people have already accepted that demon.
They're bringing attachments back with them, and they don't even realize it.
Now they want to talk to you. Now they want to see if you want their services. Demons talk to demons. Demons talk to demons around the world. That's why a demon will know your family tree. And that you could go into a whole different country, and there will be a demon talking to the demon that came with that person, talk about their family line, and that demon will say, your mom, Julian or whatever, Julius or whatever, is here with us, or something like that. But those are demons talking to another demon. That's how that information gets shared like that, and people are like, whoa. Or they'll use a voice of your great grandmother. They'll use an image of the great 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 grandmother. You get a family portrait, like, yeah, that's who I seen.
Mm-hmm. They're talking to your children.
And those demons already know. They use that familiarity.
Those imaginary playmates.
So these humans, these human hybrids, or the people who gave assent, they're not lukewarm. They are children of Satan. They gave their
they made their decisions.
They've made their decisions, and those are the ones
they
who
can
are
make
trying,
new decisions.
Yeah, but those are the ones who are trying to take your children. Those are the ones who are trying to take you. Those are the ones who are trying to break your family up so they can have your children. They want to be your master. These are demons working within people,
and that are part of this predator system that we live in.
and they will use, in a spiritual war, everything's fair game. From trying to bribe you, give you money, pay something for you,
Trick you.
Everything's fair game.
Seduce you.
Seduce, lure. But a child of God, and I know there's some organizations and churches who try to use that word or that phrase, but those are demonic people. Those are demonic organizations. And there are a lot of organizations, and it goes way up the line, that are there just to get your soul, just to capture, just to feed off your energy, just to take your children.
And we'll have more on that in a little bit.
So we're gonna play a real quick song, and we want you to listen to it, and then we're gonna continue with the next phase.
This is not about the skill level, which is not great at all. Just it's about the words. Listen to the words and hear the pattern within this song.
You love me, say I'm the light of your life. Then you call me a slut, say you want more in a wife. I gave you honesty, I gave you truth. I gave you kindness and I gave you proof. Mistakenly thinking we'd start the right way. Never dreaming I'd continually pay. You love me, say I'm the light of your life. Then you call me a slut, say you want more in a wife. I gave you honesty, I gave you truth. I gave you kindness and I gave you proof. Mistakenly thinking we'd start the right way. Never dreaming I'd continually pay. For sharing my secrets, my fears, my dreams. I should listen to my soul, it seems, when it warned me that you are cruel. You'll take what I give you and make it a tool to hurt me and betray me. Destroy me one moment and the next moment lay me in a bed full of lies on sheets soiled with shame. Claiming you love me, then placing the blame for all of your hurts upon my shoulders, till one day I'll look up and I'm suddenly older, feeling worthless and useless and so much colder than I ever wanted to be. You laugh at my sorrow and thrill in my pain. When I beg you to stop, you say don't complain. You condemn me and hate me and dissect me completely. Then you look in my eyes and you ask me so sweetly to believe you've never loved like this before. Yet as you walk away, you call me a whore. Slap my face and then caress my cheek. You say shut the hell up and then you ask me to speak. You won't be happy till you have control of my heart, my mind, my body, my soul. Now I've become the woman that I used to scorn, and I understand how battered women are born. The first time you hit me, you swore it was the last. Now I know I should have run and I should have run fast. God, please help me. On my knees I prayed. Please let tomorrow be a better day. First you punch my mouth and then you give it a kiss. Well, I'd rather die alone than live with you like this. I'm through wearing glasses to hide my black eyes, and I feel my spirit beginning to rise. I'm through feeling shame. I'm through placing blame. Your way to love and mine just aren't the same. Now my spirit is free and my mind is my home. I only stay because I wanted a home. I realize it's not a home without love, and no one loves me more than my Lord up above. I deserve better. I deserve more in life. I'm a good woman and I've been a good wife. I'm through feeling sad. I'm through telling lies. So pack up your bottles and say your goodbyes.
The patterns within that song are some of the things that we're going to talk about under our section now of predatory humans. Other children can be predatory humans because they have been abused, and you have to be careful at the daycares. Don't trust other children with your children just because they're children. We personally know people who they've been molested by other children, by cousins, by the traumatized people turn around and inflict that on others, or they don't know that it's wrong. They're too young to even know that it's wrong, but it's too late now. The damage has been done to your child. So be very, very careful of that. Those who have been abused will play with your children in inappropriate manners or abuse them or lure them to their predators. Be particularly careful about sleepovers, camps, daycares, school, clubs, and sports. These are things that you need to discuss with your kids. What inappropriate touches, teach them the parts of their body, what they're called, and what is not okay touches. Don't be embarrassed. Don't think that by avoiding it, it's going to stop your kid from having to deal with it, your child from having to deal with it. You got to address it in age-appropriate ways, in the ways that you understand how to talk to your child. Make sure that they know that they can come talk to you about anything.
Also, don't be trusting uncles and aunts.
That's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry. These things will be used also, when especially with children, don't let those cousins take baths in the same bath, or don't let the other child help the other child take a bath. That's a good way for these things or interactions start or begin to happen.
Predator parents, 40% of child trafficking is done by family members. This does not include those abused only at home without being trafficked. It crosses every culture, every race. A child can be molested in front of everyone, and this is an uncomfortable story, but I'm going to go ahead and share it. When I was a child, I was raised by a pedophile. That the whole reason my mother got with this individual is because her babysitter, she suspected that her babysitter was molesting my older brothers. And so she's a single mom. She's desperate. She marries this guy that she thinks is going to be a good provider. Stayed with him almost, really, up until I was grown. And he was a pedophile. So the thing that I want to say is, for being molested in front of everyone, this is something that he actually literally did when I was a little girl. And you get so programmed, you listen to whatever they say. I was scared of him. I did whatever he told me to do. I did. And when you're raised up in that, you think that that's normal. You know only what you know. You know only what you've been exposed to, what you've been taught. But he would tell me, oh, geez, I don't even like talking about this, but he would tell me to go upstairs, and I had to have been between 5 and 7. Go upstairs, put on your bathrobe, take off your panties, and come back down, and molest me right there in the living room, and no one would ever know. He would have me sit on his lap, and I remember seeing my little brother playing, watching TV, playing with cars right there in front of me. So don't think that just because you're in the kitchen and they're in there and that your child is safe. You just absolutely remain vigilant. Don't be naive.
And these are your children, so you got to watch them at all times. Don't, for me, I wouldn't trust anybody, but some people find if they are going to be paying the rent, or if they're going to be buying the food or something, that they're okay, but that's not always the case.
Grandparents, brothers, pay attention. Get up in the middle of the night and check on your children. You don't want to live in a house full of suspicion, but it's just your job as a parent to keep an eye on things, to just make sure. You get a little knot in your stomach, you get an uneasy feeling, well, follow up on that, pay attention to that.
And it's not being paranoid, it's being aware.
Yeah. Relatives and family friends. I had a neighbor boy who would scream every time that his uncle would come to take him fishing. The uncle would regularly come get this boy and take him fishing.
Uncle.
Yeah, the uncle. And because of what I had been through, I was like, that's not normal, you guys. Why are you letting him go fishing with that guy? And they were like, well, no, he just don't like fishing. I'm like, you guys are out of your mind. You need to check into this. Well, sure enough, they check into it. They start talking to the boy, and he was being molested by this uncle, and the parents were sending him with them because that way they could go get done their errands and their chores and whatever they needed to do, or just quiet time, take a nap, whatever. But meanwhile, their kids out there at the fishing hole getting molested by uncle.
Children are not a burden, they're a blessing.
Child care. Let's see. When you have to send your, in this predator system, they've got it where you almost have to have a two income family to be able to make ends meet. So consequently, more kids are being sent to daycares, and the molestation happens there. If you have a daycare that doesn't have an open door policy where you can walk in any time of the day, unannounced, uninvited, question that, try to find another one. There needs to, even at the church, if there needs to be open glass window. You don't have to necessarily let your kids see you, but you need to be able to see your child. Make sure that there's no closed doors. Make sure that there's always more than one caretaker together. Should always be two caretakers for every group of kids. Make sure that, ask them about their policies for when your child has to go to the bathroom. Teach your child how to wipe themselves so that they don't have to ask an adult to come wipe them or help them undo their pants. You have them ready for that early. Potty train them as early as you can.
There's a lot of molestation going on in daycares and child care centers.
Stop pressuring your kids to hug others. If there's someone that they, just don't. They don't have to be in the habit of hugging everybody that comes up to them. Don't trust the people that always necessarily want to hug your children.
Or play with your children, or wrestle with your children.
Yes, wrestling with your children. There's the guys that will try to feel up on the boobs of the little kids, and or the pubescent
and say it was an accident.
Little girls, yeah, or even if they even address it at all.
Yeah,
wanted to address it. But if you asked them about this, I didn't mean to do that. Be careful of that. There's adults should be around children, but they shouldn't necessarily be hands-on with the children. And teach your children that, that teach them that this is my body. I have the right to say no, and to who can touch me and who can't. The places like, we've talked about this before, Santa. Right now, I want to read real quick an article. Right now, this is happening in Cherokee, North Carolina. There's a a place called Santa Land, and
It's a
the Santa
pedophile
that's
ring
there.
area.
You tell your children not to go to strangers, and then you go take them and set them up on the laps of these old men and it doesn't have to be all of them. It only has to be one. If it's the one you're taking your child to, it matters, doesn't it? And every child deserves protection. And predators are going to go where the prey is.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter how sweet they look, but you'll see that in this. A North Carolina man was arrested on several child abuse charges. It comes as a shocking news to many in the Cherokee areas. He's been a familiar face for years, posing as Santa. Cherokee police say 78-year-old, and so it can be a really old person. Just because they're 80, 90 years old doesn't mean they're safe. It just means they've been getting away with some of this stuff longer. Anyway, so this man has worked for years at Santa Land Fun Park and Zoo. Warrants show that he was arrested on August 29th and charged with 13 counts of child abuse. Charges include aggravated sexual abuse, offensive touching, and contributing to the delinquency, undisciplined, neglect, and abuse of minors. Court records indicate the incidences occurred at Slight's home on Blythe Drive behind Santa's Land, involving children as young as 5 years old. Police say he also had 27 weapons inside his RV. The charges caught residents off guard. I have a lot of grandchildren, so it's very shocking, nearby resident Kim Lambert said. I've met with him several times, and he's just really always been a super nice person. So I'm very shocked. We don't want y'all to be shocked by anything. To hear that, Lambert lives right across from Santa's Land, which sits on her family's property. It's been in existence since 1965, Lambert added. While Slight faces the charges, the Cherokee Indian Police Department claims he's the customer of a local woman who heads up a child trafficking ring. She was identified as 39-year-old Caroline Rowland. Rowland remains in Cherokee jail and is facing 11 charges, such as child abuse, including maiming, and several assault charges. The most severe charge that she faces is assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but there was one little 5-year-old girl that she put the little girl's hands on the table, and she broke all her fingers. That little girl's on both hands broke her fingers. When the little girl went to the hospital, then they saw that
she had more contusions.
Oh yeah, multiple broken bones on each hand, and then where was it? She needed surgery. Hold on, let me skip.
But it does also, the main thing also is that this guy was a customer to a known child pedophile ring. He was a customer, and this is a guy who played Santa Claus.
Yeah.
To get closer to children.
And also within her customers is a judge, is a high up doctor, like high up in the place that he worked at. So lots of access to children. And then and the story just keeps getting bigger and bigger and involving more and more and more people. The doctor has been, he'd been in Florida, he'd been in, I don't remember the other state, but several states. And he would, once they would start to question him there, he would move, or he'd lose his license there and then go over here and then go, that's another thing to keep your eye on. If they move a lot, if they change locations a lot, do the background checks, check on them. Just people in authority are not necessarily good people. They're okay. I'm not going to keep reading that story. Disney. Why wouldn't there be child abusers there? That's where you're taking your children. And so you're sitting there having your Mai Tai and your kids off over there playing, or even on a cruise ship or whatever. and you're just thinking everything's okay. They're contained. They're in a certain area. Well, these freaks are in the bathrooms, up in the playscapes. There's even one story I read last year that we read of a woman that went into a bathroom to check on her child that was in the bathroom, and saw just as he was going down into a trap door in the floor. That one got hushed up. That got hushed up in the news. She couldn't get the floor back open. She's calling the Disney people, and of course they're like, "Oh, yeah, what you talking about? Whatever." These are organized rings doing these different things, and they'll just say, "Well, she just must have wandered away, or some stranger abducted her, or whatever." Which, I mean, that part's true, but that's how insidious that it is.
And predators cover predators.
Here, I'll read you just a couple of headlines. Disney workers, school athletic director among 219 arrested in Florida human trafficking ring. Disney employers and former judge among 108 arrested in human trafficking ring. Authorities also arrested a lifeguard, a man who had worked at a local family amusement park in Orlando called the Fun Spot, and a former Florida judge said a former Florida judge. How many people just drop the kids off at the water park? Okay, I'll pick you up later. In my day, it used to be at the skating rink. They'd drop off. Foster care probe uncovers 1,790 children went missing in Georgia's system. Do your searches. Just check. That's all I did was I said, Disney human trafficking, and so many stories come up. Foster care, human trafficking, so many stories came up. Authority figures like teachers, male and female. Go ahead and tell that story
Which one?
about that teacher when you were young that raped a girl.
Oh, yeah, he was a athletic coach, and this is in our schools too. And there are more. I mean, there was a coach's wife who would sleep with some of the young boys at that time. Also, one of the coaches would always walk into the girls' dressing room or the girls' locker room whenever they were showering, and play it off like no big deal. He had attempted to rape one of the young girls. Luckily, that didn't happen. The screaming and fighting, which she did, and I'm glad she did that. I know this person. That she, they had that pedophile, lose his job. But he went to another school, but the family found out that he was at another school and called that school and said, "Do you know you had a pedophile? Do you know you have a rapist there?" And so he went to another place, and I don't know where he's at now, but that family kept tracking him, and he kept going to schools. He kept going to any kind of access that he could get to young girls.
And a lot of times they're going to go to these very tiny towns that are super desperate for teachers and things like that, because they're, they don't pay as much. So they're picking, unfortunately, a lot of bottom of the barrel teachers. They're not doing proper background checks, or they're just letting it slide.
You also got to watch out for judges who give light sentences for these pedophiles. Because this goes up the ladder. And if you track these, you're going to find that the reason they're giving light sentences is because they may come up on charges one day.
And we should know by now that it doesn't have to be a predator of the opposite sex. It can be same sex. How many female coaches have we seen that?
And if someone does report that, predators cover predators. So there will be an officer or someone, and they're going to try to intimidate that young person. Or they're going to say, that's not enough. Whatever story you gave it, that's not enough information to file a charge on somebody. But they know that person.
In this system, there really is no good reason why boys can play athletics in just clothes that cover their bodies, but the girls are in super skimpy tight clothes. That's a predator system. And the only reason they get away with it is because the parents allow it. If the parents all got together and said, no, I don't want my daughter's butt hanging out of her shorts there on volleyball. I don't want my cheerleader in a super short skirt. Who do you think designed those costumes for those girls? Think of, and this has been going on as far back as I can remember. Everybody else had a dress code, but the cheerleaders could go around with, if they bent over, you could see their bloomers. You know, that's a predator system. The perverts that want to look at the kids did that. This goes for dance moms and dance routines, and parents think nothing of it, and they'll call you a pervert because you're trying to warn them about the perverts because you've been through it. You know who's out there stalking. And they want to be naive, that whatever their problem is. I don't know. I don't care. But their parents need to start making a stand. It's not necessary to be looking like you're in a swimming suit to dance. You can eat Olympics, any of that. It's just not, it's truly not necessary. But people don't make a big deal out of it. They just accept it because they've been programmed to accept it.
And even if they are in that outfit, that still doesn't give anyone a right or an access
Absolutely
to
not.
that
Absolutely
to that person.
not. Yeah, you're very right about that. But there are also, but you also don't have to intentionally draw their attention either. Just like you don't go walk. Nobody should have the right to attack you when you're going down in a dark alley, but you should also know, I shouldn't go down this dark alley.
Be aware. The lawyers, they work with the judges. They work with the police. They all know each other. They all know what's going on. They cover each other. They overlook things. The foster care system, that's to break up families. The Act Now, those programs, it's just about breaking up families. And if some of the those systems, well, like you said, would say if you have more kids, we can give you more money. If you get rid of your man figure, if you get rid of your man,
out of the house,
we can help you. But they're trying to break that family up. They want more children because now they're going to say, well, you can't afford these children, so we're going to help you, or we're going to take the children. And now those children are going to go to a foster home or to another home, and they're like in an Indian reservation situation, they're going to a pedophile's home.
And then when I was in a foster home for a certain period of my life, we had to go to a family therapy meeting, and that family therapist spent the entire time flirting with my mom, consoling the thing that claimed to be my father, and the result of the whole thing was he told me not to wear shorts. And I never wore like immodest things, but told me not to wear shorts in Texas. So like the blame was put on the child. This was a therapist. This was the family therapist that they sent me to from the foster home. And then he went back to jail for a few more days, and then he went just right back to the home. Scout leaders, if you want your child to be in Scouts, and totally get it, those are great skills to have. But you take the time and you be in Scouts too. You be a chaperone at the parties.
Yeah,
you be a Scout. Be there to assist. Be there to keep your eye on things. The days are long, but the years go very fast with the children. So you be there. You be a present. Like they know, don't mess with that one's kid, because they're always around. Even with the lessons, the dance lessons and the guitar lessons and the music lessons and things like that. Don't just drop your kid off and use them for a babysitter, and then they're there with this individual person by themselves. You can be around. Don't be that annoying person that's making the kid uncomfortable, like trying to correct or jump in and teach too. Let the teacher do their job, but you be there so they know that you're right there, and your child knows that you're right there if anything happens. It doesn't matter if they get mad at you or irritated. It's okay. They'll get over it. But what they won't get over is you putting them in a vulnerable position and taking them to the predator and then leaving them there.
Just like the Boy Scouts. The Boy Scouts got more pedophiles um, than pretty much any organization, because those kids are there. They want to take them camping for a week or a weekend. They want your children to go into a secluded, isolated area where they can control that situation.
And like we're saying, it's not by any means all of them, but it only needs to be the one,
The organization of the Boy Scouts is called Order of the Arrow. That's a pedophile ring. That's a pedophile organization. Even people in your neighborhood, people who come to your house, the handyman, the service workers,
Yeah.
lawn care people.
Yeah. I've had a handyman sneak back into my apartment. It's not just about kids. It's our, as grown-ups, our protection too. I've had a handyman that was coming into my apartment when I wasn't there and scoping out the place. And the only reason I realized it was he left a cigarette butt in the toilet. It didn't flush properly. And that handyman ended up coming back drunk one night and trying to force himself on me. He's got a key to the place, and then a lawn care guy that I used. He was a Hispanic guy, barely spoke English, and I'm thinking I'm doing him a favor, giving him a job. I needed the lawn care. He did that, and then he comes back one time and he says that he needs a ride to his house, that he didn't have his bike. I'm a dummy.
At that time.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Very still naive, even after everything I had been through. And so I go to give him a ride. And then I noticed that he does have the bike. His bike is there and it's stashed in the bushes. It was just a predator move. Border Patrol agents and coyotes, they're
The authoritative figures.
both have predators within those groups, and these kids and they're at the mercy of these people traveling and bringing them through. And I don't care what you think of whether they should be coming in or shouldn't come in. It doesn't matter. Nobody's child deserves to be trafficked like what is happening to them, or the women. Nobody deserves to. Men too. Men get abused and trafficked too.
I remember a woman, and she was a friend also, and she said that she went to the club, and of course at that time in college and everything, that she was drinking. She was making her way back home. She got pulled over, and she was thinking, "Oh, I can't pay for it. They're going to tow my car. I'm going to jail. The insurance." And so the officer had talked to her, and somehow it come up that if you give me a favor, or and she said that they had sex in the back of her car. The very next weekend, she gets pulled over again by another officer who brings up the same way out, and it happened again. She finally moved from that town, which I also moved from that town. It's not a good town. That whole system is a predator system.
Agents and managers. Everybody knows by now what's happening with Diddy. Parents were turning their children over at some as young as 10 years old to go to Diddy Flavor Camp. And those Justin Bieber's, he's destroyed. He's destroyed. And his mother did it because she had stars in her eyes. Usher's mama had stars in their eyes. They wanted that money. They wanted that fame. And their children were the sacrifice to that.
Just like the Olympics, people want that fame. They want their kid to be good. But there's so many pedophiles in that Olympic. They're not. You don't need someone to help you stretch like the way they do. People can stretch on their own, but in the Olympics, they're
hands-on
pedophiles.
um, modeling agencies, fashion, anything that they can get to you through ego or greed is going to set you up. There's going to be predators in the area. They'll give you what you want, but that's a gift with consequences. A lot of the people that got caught by Diddy, like one example is a talented artist. She goes in, 2 or 3 other women took her to the music producer's studio, and then suddenly those women had to leave. And this wasn't the first time they'd done that. They took her there and they left her with them. And next thing you know, nobody else is in there. She's locked in this producer's studio and she's getting raped. Those are all just
Even with the border
situations that
patrol,
can be avoided.
I knew a Klan mother who was almost raped by the border patrol, but they didn't know she was a Klan mother who was over a lot of people. They thought she was just a regular person, or as far as societies go. And they'll all tell you on the border, women are raped all the time, men are raped all the time. They're getting handcuffed and put in rooms and taken advantage of. It's happening today too.
Yeah, with drugs, you can pretty much, you sell the drug and then the drug is gone, right? But with a human, you can use them over and over and over and over and over. It's a much bigger industry. And then once they're used up physically, then they can use their organs. They can harvest their organs. They can sell body parts. It's a predator system. Mail order brides, the people that come over, they were promised hope and a better future, and they're desperate because the area they're in is, there's no work, and so they're promised these opportunities, and they get here and suddenly they're with some old freak that's got them trapped, and it's basically human slavery, sex slavery, just taking advantage of people's vulnerabilities and people's financial instability. And these are things that we need to teach our children to be careful of.
And they look for mothers who are having hard times. They look for single moms.
Absolutely.
Predators are patient, and predators will learn your habits, your routines,
just
your
like
schedules.
A Bigfoot.
They will do that surveillance, and surveillance people, they who work for those mercenary groups and things like that, even officers who do that, they are predators, and they're waiting for an opportunity.
They'll
they get the man figure out. If they can get the woman out, they get the kids, and that they go into that system, and the police are a part of that.
Yeah. And absentee fathers or deadbeat dads and things that leave the mothers struggling. These are the situations, these contribute to those situations. The mothers get themselves in those situations too, but the father also has responsibility. And that's what happens when there's no strong father figure also watching and being a warrior for the family too.
And when that mother calls for help, predators are on that phone waiting for that phone call.
In churches, let's talk about churches. Leadership and cover-ups. And they also will do like the teachers. They'll move them from church to church to church. We'll just get them out here. They had a moral failure. Let's leave it at that. Let's don't tell any details to the congregation. Let's just go send them off for, I can't think, restoration program or something like that. Well, no, for one thing, they can do that on their own. They need to lose their pastoral license forever if there's any kind of abuse like that. There's no restoration, maybe in their personal life, but there doesn't need to be restoration to get back behind the pulpit, to have access to more people like that again. And the elders that cover up for it and just hush with it, we see that with Robert Morris. More and more is coming out, and she would go, when he would go preach somewhere else, she would go tell them, well, look, this is what he did to me. And an affair with a 12-year-old girl, come on now. And even the people in other churches would just ignore it. They would just ignore her, and she's desperately trying to warn people of what's going on.
I remember I was reading about this. It was a Catholic priest who he was on a lot of pedophile charges. Next thing you know, they're moving him. But at that time, I also knew a lot of people from here to Honduras. Some people had actually said, "Hey, we have a new priest, and this is his name." And I said, "Whoa, do you know who that is? He was up here. He just got sent to y'all. So now from the United States, now he's in Mexico.
Move the problem over there."
So I sent that information to him, and I don't know what happened after that, but I said, at least you should know that this is a pedophile who just got ordained into your church with a open arms and a clean slate.
And
But it wasn't clean.
yeah, and if something like that happens in your church, it doesn't matter how much you love them. Stop idolizing these people. It doesn't matter how much you love them, how great they can spin a sermon. The law needs to be called.
Yeah.
That church is responsible for reporting it to the law and handling it in that way. It does not, and the cults will do this too, it does not need to be handled internally. Nope. They cross those boundaries. The law needs to be involved in that.
Yeah. Nothing internally, because it won't get handled.
There's been nuns raped in convents. Do a search on Mother Teresa trafficking ring. I won't take the time to read that story, but check that out. They're selling children through this convent. And there's other people involved in it that are just as guilty. Do your research on that.
There's an Indian woman, I think it's in Gaguita, but she was cantonized, and that was in 2012 or 13, something like that. But she was cantonized by the Vatican, by the Pope. And to get that, you have to bring so many children into that area. And that was just a big, taking all the children and giving them all to predators.
Cults and prosperity gospel. There's a man right now named David E. Taylor that's running a sex cult in Houston, bought up an old hotel. And the precious people coming in there, they just want to serve God. They just want to serve the Lord. They want to love people. They want to spread the gospel. And they get caught up by these predators. And then next thing you know, they're just brainwashed and programmed. He's got them filing for welfare and things like that, so that that money's coming in. But they're all broke. The people within there are broke. They can't leave without having to go through the security guards and things like that. They have no freedom. When the ones that have been able to go, that man will even send photos of, he can see, to let the woman, in one case, let the woman know that he knew exactly where she moved to and things like that. And
a lot of these places will buy old hotels to be used as a sex trafficking. There's things going on right now in your own area. See who's buying up hotels and trying to use it as a homeless housing or a housing for a church or something. And see if they're not filing, those people in those areas filing for like food stamps and things like that. Then see how much money they actually have, because the groups will take that money for themselves, keep that person poor or within still needy, so they can still abuse them and still use them.
I will go ahead and read a little bit of the Mother Teresa convent article. India has ordered its state governments to inspect child care facilities run by the Missionaries of Charity, the Roman Catholic order founded by Mother Teresa. After arrests of a nun and a worker accused of baby trafficking. Earlier, and that reminds me, when my mom was pregnant with me, a nun just kept coming in there. She said she bothered her until she had to throw her out, kept saying, we'll take your baby, we'll take your baby, let us have your baby, give your baby up, your baby's too much, you know. What was that all about? And earlier this month, Indian authorities shut down a shelter home for pregnant, unmarried women run by the order in Ranchi, a city in the eastern state of Jharkhand, after discovering that 4 infants had been sold, including a 6-month-old boy who changed hands for $730. A nun identified as Sister Concilia and a staff member were arrested in connection with trafficking, according to Indore, who confessed to selling the children. At the time of the arrests, a dozen pregnant women were living at the shelter. There are people who will just use women as breeders. They'll get them pregnant on purpose so that they can sell their babies. It's demonic.
And they'll sell that baby to be raised in a pedophile situation, pedophile ring.
Let's see. So you get the gist of that, but let's also talk about humanitarian foundations. Check out, what was her name? Let me think just a second. In Haiti. Oh, I gotta find the lady's name.
Also, like Lee Tracker is talking about, the places that have catastrophes or so-called catastrophes with the weather modifications, like Haiti and places like that, where you see certain groups going over there, gathering children, not building them homes, not building them clean water, not giving the families the aid that they need. They're saying, give us your children. And most of those are not homeless children, not abandoned children. People are gathering children and giving them to other people to bring to here, to other parts of the world, to be sex trafficked.
Oh, there it is. Laura Silsby, and I think her name now is Laura Silsby Gaynor. She was busted trying to traffic out, or trying to abduct 33 children out of Haiti back during the earthquake or hurricane? I don't remember.
Probably hurricane.
Anyway, they busted her, and they had already busted her before that, in this organization before that, and the Clintons got involved and somehow got her out of that mess. Church welcomed her back with open arms, this poor lady, but the people that went with her, and she got a very shady past, the people that went with her, they had no idea that she was like this. They're just also good people. They just want to serve God, go on a mission trip, want to go help these people. She was supposed to set up an orphanage in the area, but no, she wasn't. She was just trying to take the kids completely away, and was going to sell them. Mm-hmm. And she ended up working on an agency that worked with Amber Alerts. Yeah. So let's say you call an Amber Alert and you say, my child ran away, and it just takes that one predator within the Amber Alert system that's answering that phone, and they know about the area, and somebody swings by and picks up that child. Nobody ever knows that child was actually found and then trafficked. You know, the humanitarian foundations they can be very, very shady too. Doctors, healthcare workers, we have, just do that search. I won't read those disgusting, disturbing, traumatizing articles, but the abuse by doctors. Again, make sure that somebody's in there with your child. You can tuck away in a corner. I always did. Tuck away off over there, be out of their way, but you're there. They're not going to hopefully molest them while you're looking. An OBGYN, hundreds of women out in UCLA. He worked for UCLA, and even women with cancer in there, and he's raping them with the ultrasound or the equipment, the internal equipment. I can't think of the name of it right now. Where were there other nurses in there? Was there a friend in there? Was there a mate in there? Somebody should have been in that room with them. Always make sure that somebody goes with you, and always make sure that somebody goes with your child, especially in situations like the child where they're putting them on the laughing gas or they're, putting them under.
Unconscious, yeah.
Yeah, there's the dentist. Look up that psychotic dentist. I don't know. You just do a search and you'll see the ones just absolutely torturing these children. A sadistic, very sadistic person. And and the UCLA thing, they had to pay out millions because they covered it. They had been told, and they just didn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, victim after victim after victim, until it was just so overwhelming. And now they're like, we're dedicated to,
They're dedicated, all right, but
yeah.
not to anything good.
Dennis, same thing. There's just horrifying stories, and we're not telling you these things to frighten you, but you got to be aware we're living in a predator world, and we need to, it's our responsibility to protect ourselves and our children. I worked for the Texas State Board of Marriage and Family Therapy and licensed professional counselors. And in the part of my job was reading these complaints. Some therapists are great. Thank God for those. But when you have to go to a therapist, you make sure that you check the background of them. Call the state licensing board, go online, check the state licensing board, and see if there's been any complaints from people. Pay attention to them. Avoid those people. Take the time to do the background checks on them. Beauty industries, that's another predatory industry that they intentionally make you hate the way that you look so that they can make a lot of money off of the body modifications. Gender reassignment surgeries, and it's all predatory systems. Let's see.
Support groups,
Yeah.
Things like a lot of those support groups, a lot of counselors, they're all waiting. They're all waiting for trauma. They're waiting for desperate
Broken
or
people.
despair. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're ready. They know what to do. It's not their first time. If they've been there that long, they've done this before, multiple people, and it's continuing until they're ousted.
And the other members will go in to be they're predatory also. They'll go in to listen. Oh, what's this person's issues? What's their weak point? How can I get to them? And then they're going to play hero or friend or confidant, or they're just looking for an opening, just like a Bigfoot does. They're looking for a connection, some way that they can
something
connect.
that person likes, something that they can get closer to that person.
We have got to stop with the idol worship. Biden literally pinched a little girl's nipple on camera. The video's still out there. Photo op, parent standing right there. She's right here. You can see his hand inch around. He pinches her on the nipple, and she's just like. And I've actually seen people see that video and still not see something wrong with that. Nobody said anything. No, they were clueless. Part of it, didn't care. I don't know what the excuse was, but that little girl just got molested on camera in front of a ton of people in the White House. Come on.
And you can even Google that and find it.
Healthcare workers, even the home health aides, things like that. There's another story about some grandkids. They could hear just, it sounded like their grandma was getting slapped. She couldn't talk. She's just laying in her bed. It's it's basically hospice time. Couldn't do anything. And so one of the grandchildren put his phone around the corner and caught it on film. Mama's not home, and caught the woman saying, I'm leaving my kids to be here with you. You smell like, and she's cussing at her and slapping her and shoving her around, and the woman's not even responsive. And the little boy's there trying to translate on his phone because it was a Spanish-speaking woman, but that's they can be anyone, all races. And he's saying, no, we don't do this. We don't do this. And he's trying to translate. Well, this was just a home health aide that the company had sent her over to replace the one that had left. And the poor mother's getting abused in the nursing home. So if you have a situation like that, you set up a camera in that room to make sure.
Yeah, if you
even
can't
at the
be
nursing
there.
home, there's no reason you can't set up a camera in the nursing home to watch your parents. If you have any indication, if they're bruises or they say they're falling a whole lot, and you follow up on that, you check on that, because I've worked in nursing homes, and there are some very abusive people, and at the time that I worked in them, it was me and one other aide that we were the only ones that actually, to me, felt like we cared about the residents, and we'd take a minute, we'd sit and talk with them, and it's just that couple minutes makes such a difference to them. And I remember it was a black girl named Marie, just a beautiful young lady, loved the patients. And they moved her to night shift so that she, as they say, she was taking too much time talking to the residents. But she really wasn't. She's a good worker, while the other ones sat in the break room smoking their cigarettes back then, predatory system. There was no reason for that they should move her, who would have been a protector of the people, to where, I don't know, just.
I remember I was in, I was helping protect a territory, and I got taken out. I got arrested. It was just for protecting that area. They just needed me out of the way. But when I was in there was another person who came in, and he was in the cell next to me, and he was talking to another guy because they knew each other. And I wasn't from there, but these people were, and they're talking about a female. And the jailer come in, and he goes, "Who are y'all talking about?" And they said, "Oh, this certain girl." And they said, "Oh, does she, kind of getting information?" And they said, "Oh yeah, this girl will do that and this and whatever." That jailer said, "Thank you, I'll go see her." And so he used that information to go and find this person.
Back on the cults, there is a person that is very, very dear to us that was part of one of the biggest cults, and one of 13. She was the 13th and last child of this family who was high up in this cult, and
A church cult.
yeah, a church cult, and actually called the Children of God, which, how despicable is that? And it turned her away from anything to do with religion. It really did. She loves God, but she don't want anything to do, and who could blame her? But for all these years, she spent years locked in basements. She was trafficked by this person and other people within this cult. She was separated from her mother because it was just a control thing, and
Locked away.
Abused tremendously, and
Multiple.
honestly didn't even realize that wasn't normal, because that was her normal. And it wasn't until her older years, and she beaten severely, just a really sadistic person. And she tried to escape several different times, and she did finally escape. And God bless her. She's come so far from when we first met. And now she is one that can be assured is a good advocate out there trying to help other people. And she did find some organizations that did help her and did give her the counseling that she needs. And she loves her counselor. She's been with her for 8 years and trying to undo all that damage. So there are good ones out there, but there's bad ones too. And we just want you to be able to discern and make yourself not so vulnerable to them. But yeah, there was a whole trafficking industry with that cult, and really heartbreaking. And I've not seen it, and I don't think I want to see it. But they actually did a series or a documentary on that cult, the Children of God, and then they've got a different name now. But
Change the
watch
names.
that and see. Yeah, that's another thing to watch out for. If they change their names a lot, if they change their 501c3s a lot, that's what that David E. Taylor in Houston has done. He keeps changing his name and moving from here to here to here. That's a suspicious thing. Be very, very careful of that. Be wary of those people. So
Also, this is happening in the tribal situations too. The tribes, all the tribes, there are pedophiles on the council. There are pedophiles. Some chiefs are that way. We had a friend of mine on here who had openly told everybody that she was raped by a council member of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, and nothing was done. He was kind of pushed, kind of just edged to the side, still received his money or whatever, but she was forced to do that. And she has shared that story a couple of times to let people know this goes on even in the, well, of course, in the tribes also. But it's people who can use their authority over you or in your situation, especially when you need help.
Two YouTube channels that I would recommend are Megamaniacs, which focuses on one specific church and all the abuses that went on there. It's really good for hearing the pattern, for seeing the pattern, because they all work the same. And then, so that's Megamaniacs, and the other one is Not by Sight News, and it's a blind Christian guy. He says that himself. I'm a blind Christian guy, but he's got a couple stories a day of pastors and preachers and people just in authority in churches that are being arrested or accused or of different things, shuffled around. It's a very good channel, and it's not a fancy channel. It's a good channel. So
And he shouldn't have that much content, but every day he's got
never fails.
He's got new content.
Yeah. Stay away from secret societies. We all know about the Masons by now. Read that oath sometime. We won't take the time to read it here, but it's talking about if you step outside of that, I agree to
If
be
you
cut
tell
in,
anything,
cut in two, have my entrails spread out, and say, come on now. Is that necessary? Why is that necessary? The Bible says, let your yes be yes and your no be no. Don't take oaths. The fallen angels took that oath. That was the very beginning,
That's
was
the
that
oath.
oath.
Anyone who takes oaths.
And it's taken them through to the very end. There's no reason. Fraternities and sororities, anything that gangs, anything that has initiations and things like that, be very wary of that, of what you're signing up for. Everybody knows about NXIVM, and those were a lot of sorority girls. Next thing you know, they're getting branded and sex trafficked. Okay, so what makes you pray? Emotionality and impulsivity. You make decisions under pressure. You make decisions based on your emotions. You're not going in with a level head. You're not being aware.
Yeah.
You're being naive. Insecurity and low self-esteem, no self-respect, and you're the only one that can do something about that. Who does God say you are? Look up the verses. Who does God say his children are? God says we should be treated with dignity and respect and love. We're children of the Creator. Treat yourself like that.
Carry yourself that way.
Carry yourself
Dignity.
that way. Yes. People get so desperate. Desperation is the next thing. They're in a desperate situation. They may have gotten themselves into it. They may have been born into it. They may have been tricked into it. But desperation will cause you to make poor decisions that are traps that will lead you further down the path to destruction. Isolation and loneliness, same as the Bigfoot is looking for. Every predator is looking for somebody that's isolated and lonely. With the churches, people will even go to Sunday school and they're looking for the one that or at the bar, whatever. They go to him for the same reasons: to be accepted, to be loved. That isolation and loneliness, you've got to learn not to make your decisions based on that. That's what makes you
An easy target.
go home with the wrong person, invite the wrong person into your home, be friends with the wrong people. No relationship with God. You don't need a middleman to have a relationship with God. Jesus came to tell you that he's there. He's there. You don't have to go through someone else to pray to him. You pray, you talk to him. He's there. He's always there. Some of the people that have had near-death experiences and gone say that they've gone to hell, the number one thing that they always talk about is that horrifying feeling of the absence of God. And you don't recognize that absence until you don't have it. We don't realize how much he is with us and has been with us. We've got to learn to talk to him. Doesn't have to be, in fact, it shouldn't be these elaborate written out prayers. Talk to him like your best friend, but with reverence and respect. But his shoulders are big enough if you're mad at him to work you through it. Just talk to him daily. What should I eat, Lord? Can I trust this person? And then shut up long enough to listen to the answer. Be at peace long enough to listen to the answer. Turn everything off long enough to listen, and you'll learn to recognize his voice. A sheep know his voice.
Also, it's very easy to, if somebody asks you, are you a child of God or are you a child of the Creator? Yes. But if they sidestep around that, if they try to say, well, I am, but, or if they're not. And he would just say, either you are or you're not. Either you're a child of God or you're a child of Satan. Lukewarm you can't fence right.
Mm-mm.
God
You
knows.
ain't fooling anybody.
You ain't fooling God. But they will sidestep. They will go around, and that's a child of Satan.
Teach your children these things too. Teach them to talk to God. Teach them to pray to God. Don't you always do the prayers? Show them how they can pray for themselves when you're not there.
Mm-hmm.
No self-defense knowledge. If you can't afford to go to a class and take a self-defense class, there's things online all over the place.
Too, yeah.
If you're on here, you have the ability to educate yourself because you've got it right there on the computer. Teach your children how to defend themselves. That was one of the things I appreciated so much when we got together. One of the very first things he did was teach me how to defend myself, even against him, against anyone, against everyone, if need be.
And she hit me in the nose twice because we was going over boxing. I was teaching her to box, and she hit me in the nose twice because when we say 1, 2, 3, that meant then after the 3. But on 3,
strike on 3.
On 3, that punch came. I was like, oh, hold on.
The self-control was admirable. I could see it. I could see the struggle. Eager to please, people who are quick to volunteer. And these are good qualities. It doesn't have to be a negative quality. Your good qualities will be used against you by the wrong people. Eager to please, volunteer for things, seeking approval, to giving. Sympathy can be a trap. We all know the story of Ted Bundy. He would put on that fake cast and pretend he needed help getting some furniture into his van or something. And next thing you know, he's got his next victim shoved in the van. Addictions. If you have addictions, it makes you vulnerable. You need to get a handle on it because it just makes you vulnerable. You're going to make poor decisions to get you fixed.
It's going to be used against you.
And maybe your addiction is needing approval from people. That makes you vulnerable. Naivety. You can't watch this program and say you're naive anymore. You've been told.
Yeah.
And you can go research further yourself.
And we have our own duty to God to educate ourselves,
To take care of
to
ourselves.
take care of ourselves, to get all the information we possibly can to help ourselves.
Programming. We're taught not to, especially women, taught not to fight back. We're taught not to question. And we're taught the wrong priorities. This time that's just wasted on these mindless programs, these silly programs. And it's okay. We watch a funny thing now. You know, we're not like, you can't watch anything ever. But priorities first. Use the time to educate yourself.
And also know what's being said in those things with the symbolism.
Yeah.
Even the if you ever look up what's it with Disney is talking about the sexual the hidden sexual things.
Yeah, the subliminal things.
in
And we've been knowing about that from all the way back in Lion King when it says sex in the cloud. We should all by now know how they start with the drawing of a penis before they draw Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse's sleeve. You know, that's all in there. Your brain registers it. Your eyes might not, but your brain does. You know, you may not compute what you're seeing, but part of you is recognizing that, and that's why they do it.
people let kids watch Disney all the time or leave them in the room with a movie.
Yeah. And look how they've destroyed every one of those Mickey Mouse Club kids. What a mess they've all turned out to be.
Yeah.
Physical and mental health issues, they're going to make you more vulnerable. So you got to figure out what you can do about that. You've got to figure out a way to compensate. You got to make sure have your minerals right. We've got live streams on that. Most problems in our bodies and in our brains are from mineral deficiencies. So take care of your body, eat the good foods, and it doesn't mean you can't ever have. Should we enjoy a cheeseburger? We enjoy ice cream, whatever. But be sure you're getting all those good things too. Take as good a care of your body as you can. Don't saturate it with just nothing but booze and sugar, or, junk. Right? That's even the food industry is a predatory system to make you sick, so that you can have to go to the doctor, so that they can give you the pills. But big pharma is a predator industry. And the mental health issues anyway. So take care of yourself as well as you can. And if you need the medicine, take it. Be consistent about taking it if it's helping you. Don't be ashamed to get help. Don't be ashamed to get help with your mental health issues. But be wise of your counselors and your doctors. And if something seems off, trust that it's off. Talk to someone who loves you about, if things are working or how things are. But work it out. Take responsibility for your health, your mental health, your physical health, and your environment.
And remember, we're in a predator system that's called society. It's a predator system. Recognize it.
The Bible tells us this.
Mm.
It wasn't designed that way by him, but it's been infected.
By our enemy, by Satan.
Financial or physical dependence on others makes you very vulnerable. The homeless, and we talk about this a lot with the predator Bigfoot, the homeless and the addicts are some of the most vulnerable. Nobody believes them. Most people don't care about them. If they go missing, well, then that problem's just been solved. They don't have to worry about it. They don't look into why they went missing, where they went. Most people just see them as a problem to get rid of. It makes you more vulnerable, so you're going to have to be wiser. No transportation. One of the things that I insisted, because I had one daughter that didn't want to drive, hated driving, didn't want to learn anything about driving. I insisted that she learn how, because there are so many women caught in situations where they can't get away because they don't even know how to drive, and that's on purpose. Maybe they got married real young, and they just always rely on somebody else to do everything for them. Learn to be independent so that you're not so vulnerable. And also, I remember one time accepting a ride. I was just teenager. I was walking to Sonic. I was real tired. I knew better than to take rides from people, but this one day he happened to catch me, and that's exactly what demons will do too. They'll catch you in that weak moment. I was so tired. I'd worked a double, or I had gone to school and then worked late into the night, and then had to get up and go back the next Saturday morning to work. And this just chubby, ordinary looking bearded guy just seemed like a normal guy. I'm kind of walking sluggard. I was walking like a victim. And he says, could you use a ride? And I was like, well, yeah, I guess it'd be okay. Next thing I know, he passes up to Sonic and he's headed off down a road, a highway out of town. And I'm saying, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I missed that turn. I'm going to go up here and turn around. And he turns and he's going down this road that's being cut into in the woods. It's newly developing. So there's still nothing around. It's just basically a road and falling trees, things like that, and he reaches over and starts trying to feel me up. I literally had to jump out of that car to get away from him. So now I had to walk way longer back. The dust was so high, he did go down in there and turn around and come back, but this time he sped past me, and the dust was so high I couldn't get his license plate number. But now I had to walk even further than I would have had to walk if I'd have just done it, to get all the way back to Sonic. And then I filed a police report, but nothing ever came of that. How many women did he get a hold of?
And predators are patient. They're
looking for an opportunity.
Looking for an opportunity.
They'll even put I can remember in that area too that a pretty young lady stopped the car on the side of the road. She'd lift up the hood and pretend like she was having car trouble. Good Samaritans, sympathetic people would stop to help her, and then her boyfriend would come out of the woods and attack them. So your sympathy can put you in vulnerable positions. You have to be aware. We're not saying don't help people. We're saying be wise.
Be aware, yeah.
Guilt and shame, blackmailer, guilt and shame, like the freak that raised me. One of the things that he would do when I was a child, he'd say, if you don't, I'm going to go get your sister, your brother. And so my mind was so messed up, I really thought that if I would do the things that he wanted me to do, that he would leave them alone. Well, he wasn't leaving them alone. He was telling them the same things, but, and then I can remember saying, well, this would kill my mother if she ever found out as I got older. He said, you be the one killing her. You be the one tearing up the family, breaking up the family, whatever. And so then, you got all that weight on you. Guilt and shame are terrible weapons that they will use against you. And that's a tactic of the devil. Who else does that? This is the whole Diddy situations, because they got the goods on people, so now they can control them. Some of them were tricked into the situation. Some of them walked wide-eyed into the situations or got in over their heads. But now they're being controlled as politicians, entertainers, all that. So now they're all covering for each other, so nobody tells anybody anything. Greed. And that's what a lot of people that got into those situations with him too, they were just wanting the money, or their parents were wanting the money. Greed will make you make decisions that you're going to have a hard time getting out of. So the things of this world just aren't, the material things, they just aren't that important. You're much better to have a simpler life without, don't be trying to chase fame and money all the time. That comes with its own complications. That's why the love of money is the root of all evil. Money isn't the root of all evil. It's the love of money. It's the root of all evil. Ego. Somebody stroking your ego. That's the whole fame thing. Or you haven't taken the time to develop your character and to realize who you are and to build your own self-esteem and not care what other people think of you and be who you are. And so you're easy prey too, because you want that ego stroking. Rebelliousness, that'll get you into trouble. We know that from the Bible as well. Drinking or eating things, even men will have spells cast on them because they just ate spaghetti at some woman's house and she put some of her own blood into it. And disgusting, yes, but they're doing it. Or maybe it's in the red wine or whatever. Diddy would even, everybody knows cover your drink and keep your own drink and be careful or just drink water. Well,
Not
you spike
everybody
in the
knows
water.
that.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. So they're thinking
They're
water is going to
record-
be okay, but the water was spiked. They're thinking an uncorked bottle is going to be okay, but they had spiked it and then resealed it. So, got to be very, very careful of what you're eating or drinking.
And who gives it to you?
Sometimes it's just a matter of the wrong place and the wrong time. Some parents will let kids go, but that's what being observant, why that comes in so important in the self-defense. Parents let their kids go, and I see this in Walmart a lot. I got to do the grocery shopping. Kid says, can I go over to the toy aisle? Okay, just stay there, be there when I get you. Well, where do you think the predators are going to hang out?
Yeah. And predators will also use nephews and nieces to get into those areas, Chuck E. Cheese and things like that. I think you have to have a parent to be there or something.
Yeah, they'll do the bracelets now or something like that.
Or an adult with you, but
they're not going with you into the bathroom.
Yeah.
Even over one of the Red Cross situations, there you can look up their different issues. They had kids showering with adults that were not their family. There were registered sex offenders there that were told to stay in a certain area, but nobody was watching to actually make sure they were. And it took some mothers to complain, and I don't know what made them complain, but they're saying they're over here in this play area and they're making us uncomfortable or whatever.
Grooming.
Yeah.
A lot of grooming.
Waiting for that opportunity. Needing help can put you in a vulnerable position. We all need help from time to time, but just be aware of gifts with consequences.
Yeah. And who's willing to help you around the corner, not in front of everybody, but they want to, well, let me help you, but meet me somewhere later, or we'll talk later. But hey,
now you owe me one.
Now you owe me.
And just like if they're paying the rent or
Yeah.
or paying the phone bill, well, now you're going to be, if they want to come visit, you're going to feel obligated to let them into your house because they just paid that rent. You're going to feel obligated to answer the phone to them because they just paid that phone bill, that kind of thing.
But they're paying that phone bill so they can have access to you. They're paying that rent so they have a place to have access to you.
I have a dear friend who worked in a restaurant and her boy got sick one day. And so she had to leave work and go home to him. And next thing you know, a guy that had worked there, she said that he didn't fit in at all. He seemed far too, I don't remember her words, but the regal, or he didn't fit in with this restaurant environment. But anyway, the next thing you know, he calls her. She didn't even know how he had her number, but he calls her and he says, I'm coming over. My dad's a doctor and I'm going to check on your son. And then he just hangs up. Next thing you know, he shows up. She does have a friend there and she just kind of felt obligated to let him in. But she wasn't comfortable with it. Her red flags were already going up. And he's got a black bag with him, so your dad's a doctor. Who?
And then make you a
That
doctor.
doesn't make you a doctor, right? But he's just he waited for an opportunity, an excuse to attack, and so
was
he comes
listening.
there. You bet he was, and so she's signaling just through through body language to her friend, eye contact and stuff, that she's not comfortable with this man being there. The friend picks up on it and says, well, you look tired. Let's go. We better go. And so they're all walking outside and he didn't want to leave. So, but he's getting close to his car and her friend looks at her and she kind of nods like, yeah, it's okay. You can go now. Cause she's thinking he's outside. Next thing you know, he's just,
Forcing
as soon as the friend he comes in and he was a sadistic man. He raped her. He had a bag of tools that he was going to use on her. It turns out his father was in the military, and there's a lot of Luciferianism in the military, by the
Sure
way.
is.
Look that up sometime. And ritualistic abuse and things like that. But his dad had just hidden him out at this restaurant to get him out of trouble from another situation that he had gotten himself into. Well, she had to quit that job, and thank God her child who was sleeping upstairs didn't get hurt. But it was an awful situation, and just a horrible predatory situation. And she did have to go back one time to get her paycheck, and he was still there, but he had her terrified that he would find her no matter where she was. And
he said he would kill her.
Yeah, he did. And she said he was smirking when she came in there to get her check, and that lingered for many, many years, that fear of him finding her no matter where she went. So those are the kind of people that are out there. Let's see.
He'll use every opportunity, every weakness that someone has to expose it, to use it.
Let's see. Distraction, the women with the earphones, and this is out in the woods too. They got any men too. They can't hear. They're not looking around. They're talking to their friends. They're not even being aware at all. They're sitting ducks. Predators are looking for those kind of people.
Even the predator Bigfoots are waiting for people to come through those woods with headphones. They know they can't hear them. They can walk up to them, or water areas.
Foolish decisions and naivety. Lack of knowledge, and we talked about that earlier. Fear can make you prey because you're just afraid of what they're going to do. They threaten you. They threaten your children. They threaten your dog. When the person that I wrote that song about, and there's a long story. I'm not going into it tonight, but that's how he would get away with some things, threatening, and even did. I came home one time from work, and he had beaten my little Chihuahua bloody, and he said because he had stepped in its poop and just beaten it. And like for a long time I was afraid to leave until it got so bad I had no choice. Pride, which is not to be confused with dignity. We should have dignity, but we shouldn't be so proud that we don't ask for help to get out of a situation if we've gotten ourselves into one. Poor character. You set yourself up if your own hands are dirty. You get yourself into situations, and so just try to live as right as you can. Poor character tends to hang around with other poor characters, and if they'll do it to them, they're going to do it to you. Appearance, don't carry yourself like a victim. Don't look like prey. Have your head up, be alert, and dress with self-respect, or you will become prey. Here's one a lot of people won't agree with, but registering to be an organ donor. There's a big organ harvesting going on, and if a really rich person is needing a body part and you could go either way, they might just let you go so that they can sell that body part if you happen to be in the wrong hospital, or the wrong person happens to be working and in charge of that kind of thing. There are even midwives and nurses, and they sell the placentas, and some of those will harvest them and use them for spell work, for magical rituals on you or on your child. Even those things. Grief makes you very, very vulnerable, and funeral homes will take advantage of that. They'll pressure you into sales you can't afford. They'll take advantage of your weak moments. Predatory people will try to move in on you in your grief because you're lonely, you need a shoulder to cry on, those kinds of things. Just be aware that that's going to make you vulnerable. Trauma. Most of these people that are predatory became that way because of some kind of trauma that happened to them from another predator person. And they've just gone all in, and now they've become the predator themselves. If you've had trauma, get help with that. Work that out. Work it out with God. Work it out with a good counselor. Work through it yourself. Feel those emotions. Work through them. Do your forgiving. Forgive yourself. Get that cleaned up because it makes you vulnerable to people. Catastrophes, we talked about that, like with the weather warfare, and it can even be just a natural catastrophe that happens in the hurricanes. A lot of times, especially talk to your parents about this, the roofers and the home repair, they'll take advantage of these elderly people, especially. They'll come collect a down payment and then never come back. So now they've still got the damaged roof and they're out a big chunk of their savings. Predatory people, just like predators, they follow the storms because they know there's going to be prey there after the storms.
And that's why you have missing people. You have people who have died in those areas. But when it comes to missing people, they're just coming through and collecting. There's a child walking through there, or there's an adult that needs help. They'll put them in the van and take them out.
Okay, red flags of how to know that you're in a predatory relationship. And even when this man was abusing me, I honestly did not realize that I was in an abusive relationship. I thought it was a bad mood, then a bad month, and then a bad day, bad week, bad month, and then suddenly it's a bad life. When he was Prince Charming at first.
Excuses.
Making excuses for him. That also will make you pray. But I was sitting in a stall in the bathroom, and I looked up, and they had put "Are you a victim of domestic violence?" was a flyer on the back of that bathroom stall, and I read down the list, and every single thing I could check yes to, and that was when it clicked for me personally. And I had friends that were in abusive relationships and gotten frustrated with them because they were from the outside looking in, I could see it. But when I was into it, it happened so incrementally, and it was such a mind bender, and my self-esteem was low, and all the weaknesses that I mentioned earlier, you could apply most of them. But it wasn't until I read that flyer that I realized really what was going on. And then, other things happened, but my eyes were open a little more. Anyway, red flags. Be honest with yourself about who they are. If you see that someone has no impulse control, treats others with disrespect or cruelty, avoid that person. If they gaslight and confuse you, something happened, but they're telling you, no, that's not how it happened. And you begin to question yourself. You begin to get confused about yourself, second guess yourself. That's a big red flag.
Even, as we say, predators will cover predators. So even if you're going to a person of authority, they will cover and say, that's not enough information. That's or they'll say, you sure it happened that way? And they want you to confuse yourself and try to lessen what happened so they can let a predator go.
Yeah. Are you walking on eggshells all the time? You got that knot in your stomach all the time? Are you worried about upsetting them? Are you always looking? And it could be a parent. It can be a love. It can, a friend. Is everybody? And sometimes they'll only do this for one person. But are you always trying to not upset them? Or making excuses. Well, he didn't mean that. He just this, he just that. Or making excuses to yourself about why their behavior is like it is. Blaming yourself for their bad behavior, for their lack of impulse control. Love bombing can be a red flag. Some people are just loving, good, wonderful, kind, sweet people and will always be that way. But if it starts to change and if it's way over the top, don't go all in until you've seen them for a while. I used to say you don't know somebody until you've known them at least a year. I've changed that to, I would say, at least 2 years. Then you can really know somebody. Lies, if you catch them in lies, there's just no good reason. There's something going on. They are always the victim. They cause problems and then blame others. They can be angry, bitter. They try to buy affection, take advantage of others, constantly criticizing.
Raising their voice.
You're always trying to get approval from them. You always feel like you have to prove yourself to them and then they'll love you. Big red flag. They're close to nobody. A lot of these people, none of their family will even talk to them. That's a red flag. They act superior. They tell you things like, nobody will ever love you like I do. Things like that.
And nobody will believe you.
Yeah. Yes, that's a big one. And they do that to kids a lot too. Let's say it's a kid that gets in trouble. These predators are looking for the kids that get into trouble because nobody will believe that kid. They'll say, oh, that one lies a lot. That one gets in trouble a lot. They want those kids. Threaten your pets or children. Use like some of the things that were mentioned in the song, use your secrets against you. Use your buttons against you. Press those buttons. You'll tell them something that you're ashamed of or that hurts you or something like that, and they try to use that to hurt you later. It's a big red flag. People that love you don't do that. They're one person in public and another person in private, like to an extreme. Like
behind closed doors.
Yeah. They isolate you. They want you not talking to family member, not talking to friends. They're trying to make it where you are all alone and relying only on them. And they want you hopeless, just like demons. They want you hopeless. They want you worn down. They'll try to cause you not to get enough sleep. Just anything they can do to weaken you and to weaken your thresholds, just like demons do.
Oh yeah, they'll keep you occupied so you're so tired, and then a lot of times they'll take advantage of you when you are that tired.
So I'm going to read Proverbs 6, the wicked man. A worthless person, a wicked man, walks with a perverse mouth. He winks with his eyes, he shuffles his feet, he points his fingers. Perversity is in his heart. He devises evil continuously. He sows discord. Therefore his calamity shall come suddenly. Suddenly he shall be broken without remedy. These 6 things the Lord hates. Yes, 7 are an abomination to him. A proud look, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that are swift in running to evil. I had that one twice. A false witness who speaks lies and one who sows discord among brethren. Stay away from those people. This is how to know a quality individual. You know them by their fruits. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness. There is no law against such things. That's the way God wants us to live. There is a quote by Thomas Carlyle that I wrote down in a book when I was a child. It says, make yourself an honest man, and then you may be sure that there is one less scoundrel in the world. Okay, so what do we... Well, we'll wait and do that. We'll talk to our guest real quick.
And like for us, we can't be everywhere at once. So we use this channel to educate. This is the way that we can help you, and we can help, and then you pass that knowledge on to someone else. We're not giving you guesses or opinions. Even in our book, if you use those techniques, they will work. They will help you deter predator Bigfoots. but also it's the same pattern. So you will be deterring human predators also. You'll be more observant. You'll know if there's a vehicle out there. You'll know if there's a person out there.
You won't
You'll-
put ambush spots up for them.
Yep, you'll know if you pass by the grocery store and that same car is out there, or that same person is at that grocery store waiting to even just to interact with you.
That was a thing going on in a town that I was in. They would tag team. There would be one following the mother with children in the store. She'd see them and it happened over and over. They would see them, just like at the end of every aisle, or just notice, and you run into the same person over and over. Well, he would take a picture, send it to the one out in the parking lot, because, okay, this mom's distracted, or this, whatever. And then the one out in the parking lot knows which one to abduct. Go ahead.
Predators will mark your cars. They'll write S3, like a single mom with 3 kids. You'll see those numbers on some cars. Those cars have been studied and they've been marked, and they're following you. They're following whoever they marked, and they have other people working with them.
Okay, we're gonna if our guest is still in the room, would you go ahead and call us? This person was raised in a cult, and we talked to him the other night, and we would love for y'all to hear what he has to say.
And he's wanting to
While
share.
we wait for the calls, good time to run for a bathroom break, and then we'll have our, okay, now these are the things. Now what do you do about it? We'll have our conclusion, because we don't tell you these things to make you hopeless. You've been given a lot of tools, but then we'll give you some more at the end. So good time for a restroom break or a drink break or whatever you need. Hello?
Hi, I was just checking to see if you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
We're going to let you introduce yourself however you want to, and pick us up and share the information that you would like to share with us.
And first, real quick, let's check chat and make sure that or go ahead and talk a little bit, and we'll check with chat to make sure that they can hear. Okay.
Oh, okay. Can everyone hear?
You'll have to talk.
Maybe you can say.
Hey, Chad. Hey, everybody. My name is Ken, and I was talking to Jerry and Elizabeth the other night. We were talking about some of my experiences growing up, and even up until like my 20s and 30s, and the things that I had witnessed and experienced. Just one moment.
Where is the speaker on this?
Does it seem like I'm able to be heard okay?
Talk as loud as you can. Someone says it's not bad, but can we put the phone closer?
Sure. Let me do something else. 1 second.
Oh, they said it was much better. We turned the.
Okay, how does this sound? Is that much better or any louder?
We're checking on the chat.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Everybody
Yes,
says,
they can hear better now.
Okay. Well, my name is Ken, and I am a 4th generation survivor to the Jehovah's Witnesses. Growing up, I saw like a lot of people's response to the Jehovah's Witnesses and how they appear to the public at large, how they're kind of this goofy organization that knock on your door and inconvenience people, how that Witness? Well, what you may not know is people in that organization, including pedophiles, knock on your door, leaving magazines. And this was known about, at least the known pedophiles. In fact, they do have a database. And they're encouraged to go door to door talking to neighbors. This is not. This is a highly dangerous group to be in. I can tell you firsthand that they ruined my life for any semblance of a life that I could live at the time. And through much therapy, I was able to get out of it. I know just recently, even my grandmother has had nightly attacks, spiritual attacks. And something that witnesses are quick to do is they'll tell stories about the demonic stories or angel stories or whatnot, and they'll be the first to dismiss any sort of evidence of such in their lives. It has to be very flagrant, and even then, people in your congregation or your family members will explain to you how that you must be mistaken because you're a Jehovah's Witness. That couldn't happen to you. It's not possible. I know as a Jehovah's Witness growing up, I've had various types of spiritual experiences. And what I think happens is pretty well laid out. If you ever do any research on MK Ultra or mind control, anything like that, you'll find that there are certain rituals or certain types of behaviors that will cause a person to kind of go crazy and have a type of nervous system response to being treated this way. In fact, it is that I personally believe that that fibromyalgia is a cause to having cognitive dissonance. It's a cause. It's a causality. I have met so many elders' wives and circuit overseers' wives. The person who are above the congregational elder, they go and they travel from congregation to congregation in an entire region allocated to them, and they bring their poor wife with them, who just serves to help her husband, and that's her purpose in life. And everybody, to some degree or another, subconsciously or unconsciously know that they're being told two things that conflict with each other, and there's no possible way that both can be true, and yet they believe both as being true. And there are others. There are others, such as using the method of let's see, I forget what it's called exactly. Like a double negative, or what is it? It's basically where, okay, say I'm holding a child and I'm saying, okay, well, you have to leave now. You got to go. And then I'm walking out the door with the child. Okay, we're leaving. And then I scold them. And I'm like, oh, well, you can't go anywhere. Why are you leaving? What are you doing this for? And there are a lot of applications that this applies to the Jehovah's Witnesses, which also causes major mental illness. And not only that, on top of the fact, the organization preys on people with mental illness. People with mental illness are deeply attracted to the message of the Jehovah's Witnesses because they're promised, first of all, they're gaslit. And, well, I mean, not gaslit, I'm sorry. They are love bombed. right away, as soon as they enter the congregation, everybody's going to be shaking your hand and asking you to go out in service with them, or they want to get to know you and know about you. And this happens every meeting until finally it doesn't. And it may never happen again. You know, it just depends on how popular you are, how much money you have, or you're standing in the congregation, etc. But that is a very well-known method that they are famous for among abuse survivors and people in the know, or people who have family who were witnesses. Looking back, as far as I can remember, I recall a pretty interesting dream, a nightmare, and I have had night terrors off and on since I was at least 4 years old. This dream in particular, I can't say if it was 4 years old or under, but it was a really early first memory, and I would have no basis to understand the context or the meaning of this dream. And I've gone far back through EMDR therapy to try and reach these moments in my life that are baffling to me. So I feel the dream I'm about to describe is a very spirit controlled. Like, it's sort of similar to like a ride that you might take on a theme park. A lot of people's dreams are like that. And a lot of demonic spiritual dreams are as though you're on a ride and you're going. You can't control your movement, and you're experiencing things like it's a show. This particular dream, I was really young, and I had gone to sleep. And before I know it, I'm opening my eyes and I'm hearing shouting down the hallway. And mind you, I'm about 4, or there's 4 or 5. I get up out of bed and I start opening my door to look down the hallway towards my parents' room, and it's really dark. So I'm inching my way there quietly through the dark, and there's a subtle light in my parents' room. I hear a small voice underneath the bed. So I get down on my hands and knees and I look under there, and I see my mom. And she's there totally nude. And I crawl in underneath the bed, and I asked her what's she doing here? Does she need some clothes, or what can we do to get her out? Come on, let's get you out of here. Come on, let's go. And she looked at me and she said, well, I can't go. This is my life now. I have to stay here now. And he's coming back for me, and this is where he's put me, and this is where I'm going to stay. I'm a slave now. I have to stay here. And so I suddenly start hearing this commotion coming through the hallway, and I look out from underneath the bed, and there's this enormous 8 foot long, tall, enormous tarantula. It's a gigantic spider, and it's making its way around the room, and I'm so scared that I can't move. And as soon as it starts to put its feelers underneath the bed, I wake up. This is I have no context to understand what this dream is or what it's about. There's no reason for me to have dreamed something like that.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the more milder, experiences that I faced. But at the time and at the age, it was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. had other dreams. One was I was on a train, and I was going down to where my grandparents lived, and it stopped at this enormous house that had these cathedral type of ceilings and enormous the front porch, like pillars, I suppose, like you'd see like Corinthian style pillars. And I opened up the door into this enormous, this large staircase, and I'm hearing this beautiful music I've ever heard in my life. It's just the most beautiful piano music. And I walk up the stairs, and I see the back of a man at the piano. He has this long flowing hair, and he's a very handsome person when he turns around. And I asked him, I said, how do you play like this? I would love to play like this. And he says, well, if you want to play like I do, you just have to do the right thing. And I said, well, what do you mean? And he says, well, have you ever seen the movie The Exorcist? You should watch that movie. So the way that I attribute this dream is I'm being told information on how to open up doorways, spiritual doorways in my life, and be influenced by the spiritual, whether they're giving me, say, a gift of learning how to play music, or it's, and it's all going to be nefarious. It's just, just a few that would seem dreams that would seem innocuous, but over the total of my life, I've found these to be more real than real.
Mm-hmm.
They're more real when they're happening than real life, and they're incredibly dark. I mentioned about MK Ultra and the types of effects that it can give to people by impacting their psyche. This is what happens in a cult. And this leaves someone open, especially if they're young and creative, or smart. It can cause them to have to see spiritual things, or be more open and attuned to things that an adult who already knows what they know, that they don't pick up on these things. When I was footwork, we were watching a film in the congregation about World War II Jehovah's Witness victims, and like the Jewish people, homosexuals, or various targeted groups. One of them was Jehovah's Witnesses, because they wouldn't denounce their religion, and they wouldn't denounce their God Jehovah. Well, the movie, I believe, is called The Purple Triangle. And in this movie, it shows very vividly some of the concentration camp survivors, some of the horrible things that they were forced to eat, the beatings and sexual assaults. You can see their skeleton-like bodies, some of them being killed and thrown into ovens. And as a 4-year-old, I've never seen anything like this before. It's the most horrifying thing I've seen up to that day, and I saw it in everybody's just watching it like this is normal. To me, it was horrible. The literature itself has horrible depictions of the Nephilim and different demonic creatures. A world at war, or people fighting each other. The images are from Jehovah's Witnesses, who are just the most amazing artists, and it's so realistic. That was another cause for quite a lot of nightmares, not only for myself but for my family. And not only that, but it's always put in your mind that the end of the world, Armageddon, is always 2 to 3 years away. So you're also worrying about that. I used to have the most vivid dreams about Armageddon. Up until recently, they have stopped. Probably about 5 years ago, they've stopped. But I've also done a lot of work with EMDR therapy and various types of therapy to help with taking away triggers and making memories less vivid and more black and white, to where it's more something that you're an observer of instead of something you're experiencing. There is a massive underlying sexual charge and alcoholism within Jehovah's Witnesses. It's not uncommon for a bunch of elders to get together and, they drink, or they drink with every meal. Fortunately, this wasn't something that my father ever did, or my parents ever did, although alcoholism is in my family. I can tell you, let's see, I wrote down quite a few people. I mean, I will not name their names. However, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I have about nine younger children who have all proposed some type of sexual experience with me when I was a child. One account, I remember we went to another elder's house and his grandson was there. And I'd grown up with this child. I would have been probably maybe 11 or 12 at this point. And he was so sneaky about it. It was so very sneaky. I guess I won't really give a whole lot of the details. However, what I can tell you is that my sister just out of the blue and right in time came and literally saved me from being molested from an older child of myself. Now, I've mentioned like just 9 people within, or 9 children within maybe a congregation, say, maybe 3 or 4 congregations, and about 9 children out of all of them. That were sexually charged and had this type of odd fascination with sex at that age. I never dated in high school or anything like that. In fact, I didn't really become a man, I guess one could say, or lose my virginity until I was 21. So I was very sheltered. And that isn't something that I'm saying is necessarily it's not a bad thing. It's probably not a bad thing or a good thing, but that's just how it worked out for me. And a lot of that's attributed to being so naive to relationships, not knowing what to expect from the opposite sex, or knowing when I'm being used, or being flattered or gaslit, or any of those things. And it caused a lot of problems in my life with people, with women who I had absolutely no business being. And I think a lot of this it directly reflects from the very top to the bottom. It's a word for it, but it's directly associated from how things are done at the top of the organization, which in this case, in a way, would be the governing body. I have reasons to believe that the governing body who run the organization also have shareholders on top of that, so they are definitely incentivized to make certain policies that are absolutely dangerous and wrong for people, because this religion has started out as a publishing company that posed as a religion to being now a real estate empire. they've gotten all the witnesses who have spent their own money to build these Kingdom Halls and got them to sign over all of the deeds to them. So now they own every single Kingdom Hall that there is, and other properties. They had a very expensive property up in New York that was very well known. It was known as Bethel. And once they sold that, 15 years ago, they ended up moving up to northern New York. And during all of this time, they're constantly asking for money. And yet, in the Jehovah's Witness mind, the witnesses never ask for money. They never ask for donations or money or anything like that. They don't tithe. And even though these Kingdom Halls are paid off, okay, they're paid off, they still pay every month as though they're renting the congregations. So what's the point of that? Once they paid off their congregation and they've worked so hard together to purchase this property and the materials and put in all the work to building it, why would they then have to also pay a mortgage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and these are things that the witnesses, they don't even think about. They don't even consider thinking about it. It's just the arrangement is, and it's just fine. As I mentioned before, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they have an abuse database, not solely based on molestation or pedophiles, but also on murders. There are witnesses who will come from a gang life, and they'll feel guilty about it, and they will want to talk to the elders about it, and they're encouraged not to say anything. So nobody in the congregation knows that they're shaking hands with a murderer. This is not something that's anecdotal I'm talking about. This isn't just talk. There are cases that you can find all about what I'm telling you here. They have a 2-witness rule, which also adds to this database. And what happens is, say if I were molested and I went to the elders and I told them about it, they would then talk to my abuser, okay? And if I can't substantiate that there is another witness to the abuse, if he doesn't confess the abuse, being an abuser, then who can say whether or not? So that 2-witness rule means you need a witness other than yourself, and that just isn't how molestation happens. You can actually access their elder's hand manual. It's called Shepherd the Flock of God. You can find this online. It's readily available for you to read. You can read all of their policies and what they teach their elders, and nobody in the congregation is supposed to read this unless you're an elder. There's too much secrecy within these organizations. So, whether it's Jehovah's Witnesses or it's the Mormons or it's any organization, if it's a political organization or say the YMCA or anything like that, I'm not implicating the YMCA, but I'm just saying anything like that. And they hold to secrecy, just avoid it. It's like, what's the point in being involved in something that has so many secrets and so many secret policies? And it's just like thinking back to it now, it's like this should be obvious for anybody. But yet, I remember being in a place in my life to where I never even would have thought to second guess what I was being told or led to believe. Something else they'll do. Okay, so if I were, say if I were molested and I went to the elders about it, they would ask me in detail. Now, let's say I'm a female. Okay, say I'm a 12-year-old little girl. Okay, 3 elders, possibly 2 in the beginning, but it would end up being 3 elders who would ask me all of the details of these things, what happened to me, without my parents available. My parents wouldn't be allowed to be there, and I'm 12. Okay, and a lot of these elders are getting gratification from it. This isn't a new type of thing. There are hundreds of cases, several of which elders have gone way over the line and have abused people behind the doors in the back room of a Kingdom Hall. They'll threaten parents with being disfellowshipped if they warn other parents. Say if they know that there's a pedophile in the hall, and that pedophile might get disfellowshipped, okay,
Mhm.
and your child was molested. If you go and tell the other parents, you'll be disfellowshipped, or you'll be warned against it with being disfellowshipped. And and one of the famous quotes that they use is they'll say, "Well, we don't want to bring reproach on Jehovah's name. This is Jehovah's organization. It's supposed to be clean, and we don't want people to not be a Jehovah's Witness." So this is why that's one of the excuses they use to hide the goings-on in the organization. And if it's say an elder wants to warn the parents, the service department there at the organization headquarters, they'll threaten the elders. There's a really famous, I think it was from 2016. There's a case in Australia. It's called Case Study 29, the Australian Royal Commission.
The Australian what?
Royal Commission, the Australian Royal Commission, and it's called Case Number 39, or Case Study 39. And here, what they found is that 1,006 of the members were sexual offenders. And it's in there, and this is since 1950 in the Jehovah's Witness organization there in Australia, which it's the same all the way around the world, except they just have a headquarters there as well. And of the 1,006 offenders, there was 1,800 victims. There's another case in California where the court and the judge, they ended up putting the organization in contempt because they refused to share the database. And instead they were, and for years and years and years, I don't know if it's even over yet, but they were being fined $400 a day. $400 a day. It's like I was telling my grandmother, without a lot of detail, to her, that if you were to give the witnesses any money, because they do end up trying to get people with their end-of-life care plan to donate all of their belongings, their homes and possessions and money and stocks and portfolios and everything to the organization, even if they have family. Like, it doesn't matter to the organization. They do not care. This is about money. And they would rather have whatever you have to give as opposed to your relatives or your family, even if they're hard up. They'd much rather use those funds. It's a pretty disgusting organization. And as I said, it trickles down to the people. Now, when I was, say, a teenager, I hadn't really had a best friend before. I'd say I was maybe 15. Let's see here. I was 17 when I got my very first best friend that I could hang out with and do things with. And I had moved one city to up north to more southern in the country, and we'll call him Eric. This was my best friend Eric, and over the years, a lot of odd things happened to him. And he had told me different stories that he felt were paranormal. But he was just kind of a dark guy. He was just kind of, in fact, I remember the very first time that I saw this guy. I saw him walking in a Walmart, and he was walking, with his head down, and he was really dark looking. But what was odd is that it was notable. And then later that evening, I went to the Kingdom Hall, and there he was. And he had a very peculiar look to him. So I know at one point in our friendship, his father died when he was a young boy. And all these years later, he happened to find all of his vinyl collection, his whole vinyl record collection, at a thrift store. And he was so excited about this vinyl collection that belonged to his dad. What a find. I mean, that's a very strange find to just come across. Of all the days that you choose to go to one of the many, many stores that you can go to, and you find your dead father's vinyl collection. And later he ended up, destroying these records. I think he burnt them all because he wasn't very specific when he said that he was having demon problems, or what he thought was demon problems. I know moving from that town to the town that I'm in now, I was about 18. I had just turned 18. And so about a year goes by that I'm living in the beach town that he's in, and now I'm in a town that I'm in. Well, he had gifted me. I'll use that word gift. He gifted me one of these cheap wooden chests that he had two of. He had two of these wooden chests. Not for sure where he got these things. They look kind of distressed, antique, like something that you might find at one of those rusted places in the mall where it's new old stuff, basically, as to decorate your home with, home furnishings. And so I have this chest for a while. I kept my concert tickets in it, or kept something in there. I don't know, notes or something. I don't know. And several months later, we ended up finding the house that my parents would end up buying. And in the property beside it, on the outside windowsill, is an exact replica, the exact same chest. It's the exact same chest, except it's rotted out. The bottom's rotted out of it. It's the same two, what would you call them? Lion head pools, this, a drawer pool. And all three of our chests were exactly the same. And this one was in an old vacant building, an old vacant place, just sitting there beside the home when we bought it, and we had been living there for a couple months. So, now I'm not saying that that's necessarily paranormal, but what are the odds? It's such a strange detail when I look back on it.
Mm-hmm. No coincidences.
But I'm not exactly a coincidence theorist. It doesn't pay to be. It's hard to believe in coincidences. For me, anyway. Now, he was always into like the occult subject matter, whether it be horror movies or things like that. And I was too, to a degree. Like I was kind of a loner in high school. At the time, I dressed kind of more dark, I guess you could say. I had long hair. I was kind of a musician type of guy, I guess. And apparently that reflects the way you look sometimes. And that's just how it was. And I remember the first time that he was explaining to me what the Illuminati was. And he pulled out a dollar bill and showed me the true nature of it and how it's a sigil and all this kind of led me down a path of discovering this stuff. And at first it just seemed like a lot of nonsense that I didn't exactly want to hear, but I did. He was a smart guy. He hadn't done anything too odd. And he was certainly sincere, and he showed evidence, which was always like, if it's undeniable evidence, it's kind of hard to argue with. I remember whenever he would be like talking about some of these documents that he had found like from different .gov websites and released documentation of different what I don't know, I guess you could call it conspiracy. It's not really a theory though. In fact, a lot of the conspiracy theories that were brought out like in the 80s and 90s and 2000, early 2000s, they're fact. They're fact today, and people openly accept them as fact. And so people weren't given a hard time before discussing these things. And my ears would burn red whenever he'd be telling these things to me. It was a really disturbing thing to hear. And as in a lot of people's case, for me personally, I went on a trek for probably about a year and a half, possibly 2 years, to where sometimes I felt like I was going crazy learning all this information. It was a flood of information overload. So I would warn anybody who's getting into the subject matter, or if you have a friend that you're trying to tell about, like cryptids or the Illuminati or the deep state or the very fact alone that we live in Babylon, and you can see it in all the symbology in every sort of major corporation, from Sam's Club to Taco Bell to any coffee shop. What was the man coffee shop that everybody goes to?
Starbucks.
Yeah, Starbucks. And look at the logos of these companies. Chelsea. All of these logos are all representative of some type of degree within a ritual.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they all represent, and we all very much do live in Babylon. It just, if you're not simple literate, you're not going to see it or understand it. When you go to the movie theater and you're watching a movie, this is going to be really hard for you to understand.
Right.
And so and this entire time, by the way, we are both Jehovah's Witnesses. We are both still in good standing as witnesses, and we're discovering. I personally am first discovering these things, and I felt like for a couple of years I was going a little crazy. It wasn't until I was able to accept that there's nothing I can do about it, and it's just information, that I was able to get over it. And I think overall I ended up adopting an attitude where I was very appreciative to people, and I forget exactly how I come to the conclusion, but I just feel like if the news, they're broadcasting all of these horrible things that are happening in other countries and in this country, and all the different subject matter that they talk about to make people horrified and fearful, they have to be shoving it down your throat in rapid succession, because I believe the majority of people are good people in this country. And maybe there are sections that are, more so bad, but I think for the majority of people in the country are just decent, good people. They wouldn't try to hurt you, and they wouldn't try to rob you. That being said, that's not to say that evil doesn't exist here. It certainly does, and we obviously see it, but the fact that it's a focal point, not only used for the ruination and demoralization of the country, you know, to make it easier controlled. I just think that it's used to try to convince people that your neighbor is out to get you or something. That's definitely what it seems like. And once I came to that conclusion, I seemed to kind of snap out of it too. And I gladly, you know, do my best to love my neighbor and be helpful to anybody that I come across that actually need help, whether they're, especially like the elderly. You know, it seems like they're all too easily forgotten. And I grew up, you know, with all old people, you know, in my family. In fact, I think I lost anywhere from like 7 to 8, like really close family members right away before I was 10. So, anyway, let's see. I did write some notes. I know he also started becoming more and more odd to me because he was doing these kind of what I didn't realize were manipulation tactics at the time. But I remember at least on 3 or 4 occasions to where he dated the woman that I did directly after I broke up with him. And his excuse for this was, oh, well, if you like them, then I know that they're cool. I said, well, I just broke up with them. Or we broke up for whatever reason. And this was an odd circumstance. And I think later on, what I think this had to do with was he wanted to keep me from getting back with these people. So I would feel awkward about giving these people another chance or whatever. And the whole time, by the way, he's given me relationship advice on whether I should break up with this person or not or whatever. And then, you know, maybe a month later, you find out that he's been talking to him this whole time and they're dating. This might seem like, and well, either way you cut it, it is very odd, but I can tell you that as a Jehovah's Witness, though, that is uncommon for that to happen. There's not as many people for you to choose from to date because you're not allowed to date anybody who isn't a Jehovah's Witness. They use the scripture to not be unevenly yoked, you know, and while that's true, I think that should more to note whether you're with a true Christian or not, and that doesn't mean you're of any particular type of religion, because there are several religions that have good, honest-hearted people who do have the right heart condition, and our Father in heaven is the reader of hearts, and He's the one to make those choices. I know. I think the last woman that I remember being interested in a woman, and I'll not say her name, I suppose, but he ended up marrying her, and all this based on the fact that I was just simply interested in her. And later he ended up, marrying this woman. I told you a bit about what happened and how manipulative he was. He would go so far as to, he would withhold certain things from her, and was financially abusive in all these different ways that I would find out later, after I found out who he really was to me, and what he was, I should say. And he had even gone so far as to stage a suicide attempt, what appeared to be a suicide attempt. And I think he had downed a bottle of Tylenol 3 p.m. and drank like a bottle of Jack Daniels. And all the while he had a note saying that he changed his mind. Well, I forget how, but it was proven that he had written this note before he even did any of this stuff. So he appeared to be passed out, and I guess they bumped his stomach and all the stuff. And later the details come out even more. And so he would just do all kinds of things to just manipulate women. In fact, I believe he hated women, especially. His mother, who was a good Jehovah's Witness mother, was incredibly emotionally abusive to him. So I definitely gave him a lot of slack, considering, the life that he came from, and the life, kind of we both came from in different ways. Let's see. There's something else that was something else that's very common with Jehovah's Witnesses is the fact that you'll see a lot of younger married couples, all the way from 15 years old. Like if they have the permission to get married by their parents, then they will. And a lot of that they get married so young without knowing anything about the world or relationships, or especially themselves. And yet they want to get married, and now they're stuck together forever. Unless one of them cheats on the other, they can never get it. This applies to a married couple. Say one was studying with the witnesses and got baptized, and they had an abusive husband, and he's not a witness. The elder wouldn't be okay with her divorcing this physically abusive husband. One of the common things they say is to win him over with your silence, or be the ideal wife and win him over with honey, or win him over that way. And then they'll proceed to give a bunch of experiences where a husband is writing that he used to abuse his wife, and it was the fact that she was so loving and patient, and she still took care of him and was faithful to him, even though he was abusive and cheated on her or did all these things. And that's why he's a Jehovah's Witness today, and now they could be happier. And you're going to see this in their literature, and I can promise you, in those cases, that is not what's going to happen. It just isn't going to happen. Something else interesting about the Jehovah's Witnesses that I've found, and I'm partially guilty of, is when I was a witness going to school, I wasn't allowed to go to different events, like holiday events, or go to the dance or things like that. And I would sit out like in the hallway whenever they had like some sort of birthday event, which I was happy to do. That was fine for me to do. I never knew that I was missing out on anything. And I still don't know if I were to be missing out on something. But what I can tell you is I felt like I was better than these people.
You felt like you what?
Like I was better than these people. Like I had a superiority complex that well, I'm going to live in the new system. And the witnesses believe that there's only 144,000 people who are going to heaven, and the rest of us are going to be here on earth, turning it into a paradise and living physically and enjoying it physically. And that's going to be after Armageddon, and all these people are going to die, and we're justified for it because we end up heavily using the Old Testament, where jealousy and we see a stark difference between the way Jehovah is depicted in the Old Testament as opposed to the way his son Christ is. Those are my findings, at least, and I'm not going to go deep into the whole subject matter. But Derek also had this superiority complex to a very high degree. he'd be what you would call a narcissist for sure. Possibly even, probably even sociopath. Something along those lines. He was, like I said, very manipulative.
Would you mind sharing the story you shared the other night with us? So he had gotten divorced from that woman, and when the event happened in the
Right,
very
yes,
spooky event.
sure. Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to decide how to which. Let me think. Okay, so I grew the way that I grew up. I ended up in and out of different outpatient facilities for depression and taking different medications for antidepressants and things like that. And I'm diagnosed with CPTSD, among other things. However, one of the treatments I was using at the time, as it was legal at the time, well, it is still legal, I suppose, was cannabis and THC in general. And Derek he ended up moving with his wife to Texas, and they had finally gotten a divorce, and so he was just there by himself, and eventually we had lost touch. Like he just disappeared once for about a year, a whole year, and finally we got back in contact, and he was just kind of stuck there. So who knows what he got into there, but I don't think it was anything good. We ended up helping him move back, and we had this travel trailer in our backyard, and I was staying with my parents at the time, working for the family business. During this time, I had created a lot of music, and he had like a little home studio thing that's where I first learned to record music, track by track, and editing and everything. And so that was like a bond that we had that never really went away. Was we were both really, really heavily into music, and so what I would do is before meditation or before therapy, I would use THC. And which also, by the way, I do not use it anymore at all. Not necessarily because I think it's wrong or bad for you, but in my particular case, I have a really bad injury, and it shoots lightning-like pain down my spine, which is the opposite of what you're told. Anyway, so I would also let him partake in it. I always suspected him as having PTSD, CPTSD, and I was like, yeah, I don't mind if you try it, just because if you like it, you can just go get your medical card, and be easy enough to prove that you need it. So we would do this and play music and come up with these really funny ideas, almost sort of like a sketch comedy type of way, and we just laugh, and it was a good time for a while. Eventually, we would also like do artwork and things like that while smoking and just talking to each other, and stuff like that, or listening to music, but just like kind of typical behavior. And we ended up one night he was sketching and drawing, and his eyes were closed and his head was down, and yet he was still drawing, which I thought was odd. So I didn't bother him. And then afterwards, I see these scribbled notes beside what looked like a tree of life, with some very odd sigils on it. He already had kind of a strange drawing style, so I didn't like really question it too much until he saw it. He goes, "Wow, I don't remember drawing this." And so, at the time, I believed that you could do something like automatic drawing or automatic writing and it not be a spiritual thing. I believed at the time that it was something that you were kind of digging into your subconscious, so that there was a way. And like I said before, we're both Jehovah's Witnesses at this time. So, of course, like I told you before, we can see evidence that's the spiritual nature in front of us and still think, oh, well, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. That couldn't be it. It has to be something else. So this progressed and more until one night his voice changed, his whole demeanor changed. And he had gotten up and started walking around and stomping with a strange voice. Eventually, it looked like what he was doing was dancing. However, what he was actually doing was slithering. He was like slithering back to the couch. There are different resources online that you can hear someone when they're truly possessed. Some radio shows out there, I believe, possibly a couple videos, but mostly I think on the radio you can hear this demonized person, and it sounds like they're purring from the back of their throat. It's like they're rolling their R's. It kind of reminds me of like a crocodile making their subsonic noises in a pond, and it's making the pond ripple around. That's what it sounds like. And eventually, I'm saying that his okay. So what had happened was he started to insist that we start taking turns smoking, and then drawing or whatever. So it's like he wanted to have a show or something. Like he wanted all the attention on him, and no longer like kind of just make jokes together. He wanted to do like the Derek show or something. It was really bizarre, but it's like, well, okay, whatever. And so during this point, I'm completely sober. And even if I had smoked marijuana, I don't think that makes you see, crazy things that I'm about to describe. And I've never before or after seen such thing. It looked like there was a green mirage type of forming over his face. It had this greenish light kind of waving in and out of his face. And eventually it appeared to be like another face that was kind of peeking out of his face. And then his eyes opened and they were slit like a cat's. And his mouth opened and it looked like he had kind of like sharper teeth. His tongue would dart in and out, and his eyes were basically doing something that looked like a hypnotist swirl. And they would do all these rapidly crazy movements. And I said, "What are you doing?" And then his face started to change rapidly. The faces would be mostly demonic, but also of creatures. Strange beast-looking features that would just morph. It appears as though it was morphing. And looking back at it now, what I believe I'm saying is like the mirage happening over his face, but also making his face shape in these strange, contorted ways, like over-exaggerated changes. I ended up trying to get away from him and get off of the couch. So I'm sitting and I'm leaning my body to the right and to the ground, basically trying to pull myself off of the couch. This must have happened. This must have went on for, I don't know, like maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, which is a really long time for something like this to happen. And I cannot hardly move. I'm frozen, frozen in place mostly. And finally, he snaps out of it, and he stands up, and he's able to grab my arm, and he pulls me up to stand straight up on my feet, and he says, "Well, I'll never do that again." And I'm thinking, what do you mean, never do what again? Is what, become possessed? It's like, where did you go? So it's my belief that he had gone from drawing these maps out of whatever he was drawing, this information, and he was actually following it, and he was following the map and leaving his body behind to be possessed. This is obviously what was happening. Is some of the, and I've never been frightened like this before. I've had a lot of really weird, scary moments in my life, but nothing even remotely like this before or since. Scariest things I've ever witnessed, ever. And I was absolutely frozen, and also in the Bible, there are times when different characters we come across, like an angel or something like that, and they would just like freeze. They'd be so scared they couldn't move. And for me, in this case, this is what happened. It was a terrifying event, and somehow, let's see, not long after that, I ended up having to flee. Really, started like having more and more kind of stalker-like behaviors. When I mentioned when we were still teenagers, and he would talk about things about the occult and different oddities of information that he had come across. One of the things that he was telling me about is, and which I do appreciate, is the fact that when you go out and buy different perfumes or like deodorants, things like that, it'll have something in it called fragrance, is what it's called. And what it is it's an artificial scent, and the way the body absorbs it in men and women, but especially it's not good for men to absorb, is fragrance, because it's actually being absorbed as an estrogen mimicker. It's an estrogen mimicker, and it's being absorbed as estrogen. So this will make someone to be, or this will make a man to be more emotional. It'll make them be more soft in a lot of different ways, especially if this person already has mental illness and they're depressed and have sleep issues at night. I mean, you're just going to make them all the more crazy if you're pumping them full of estrogen. I know that was another one of the last straws, is that he had given me a toboggan, and he came in from work one day, and my mother was in the hallway, and she was doing something, I can't remember what, but he gave me this hat, and it looked really cool. I was like, oh, well, I really appreciate it. This is really cool, thank you. And at this point, I had already been kind of distancing myself from him. But yet, legally, he was still, living where he was allowed to live in the backyard. So I smelled this hat or this toboggan beanie or whatever it is, and it is absolutely filled with a lavender, like essential oil or something like that. It's absolutely drenched. It's actually wet from the inside. So told my mother about this, like probably years ago. I said, "You look at this hat on. Do you see this? Do you smell this?" And she smelled it, and she's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Now feel it." And she's like, "It's soaking wet." And I'm like, "Okay." So I'm like, "Derek, I'm gonna have to wash this. Like this, I can't use this. This has that stuff. I definitely don't want to absorb this into my forehead and it be used as an estrogen mimicker and you know, take my body out of whack." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I hadn't thought of that." And so in the wash it went, and I washed it, and I really didn't use it after that either. In fact, I'm fairly certain that before I left and I went to visit my brother in Birmingham, he was still technically living on the property, but I ended up leaving like in the middle of the night, like on a Greyhound bus, and I just left. Yeah, I felt safe because I was like in the mountains. You know, the address wasn't given, and it was a lot of things going on at the time. Let's see. Trying to think of what else I could tell you for this particular person. You know, what I can say is that was the first time I had witnessed anything that looked like some type of possession that was so vivid. I once met a man who was definitely he was being controlled or somehow used by spirit entities, by demons, and this was at a treatment center for is like an outpatient group meeting type of thing for depression and therapy. Basically, before you can go in and do therapy, you take like maybe like 8 to 10 classes, learning different techniques of grounding and being able to stay mindful and present in the face of difficult events that might happen in your life. And it was certainly, it was a protocol that you had to go through in order to go to therapy, just in case you needed to use it. This man, he only spoke in habits. Well, for one thing, he rhymed when he spoke, was one way that he would speak. Another way that he would speak was only through analogy or through metaphor, which was very odd. He would be telling about different times in his life, and he would use well-known movie scenarios that we all have seen and heard, but he'd be applying it in such a way that you were able to kind of communicate with him that way. And he talked about how that, you might even see where my face looks a little green. It's a little bit greenish because, and he'd move his head from left to right in this serpentine type of way. Now outwardly it didn't appear like he was, like there was a mirage over his face, but he did kind of have a green tint to him. I can say that. It wasn't as explicit as what happened to Derek, but also, we're all there in a group of a bunch of people. And so we're just kind of talking amongst us. We're talking to ourselves. We're talking together, kind of privately. And so I got to know this man that way. He's telling me how that one of the most honorary things that you can do that is one of the greatest achievements that you can have too is to allow one of the emissaries or I forget the exact word that he used, but one of the ascended masters to possess your body. So I suppose they were telling him that they were ascended masters in that case, and that, you know, it's far better than even joining something like Freemasonry or he named a number of other organizations that I didn't even know about. So here he is giving me advice and telling me of, you know, that I should myself try to become possessed, which of course, to me, that would be probably one of the most grossest things that could happen to me, would be to be possessed by a demon. I can't imagine anything more gross than that, really. So by the end of his sessions, because he was there before I joined, he kind of graduated, I guess, and was going to go on his way. And we were talking, and he wanted to stay in touch. I said, well, yeah, just give me your phone number. And he told me, well, that's not the way that we do things. And I'm like, okay. So how am I supposed to get a hold of you? And he said, well, he just kind of looked at me and kind of nodded his head like, no, like you don't get it. Like later I knew it to mean that he's not meaning for me to come in contact with his physical body, with him as a personal individual human. And that's not who was speaking to me. So he goes and picks up the King James Version of the Bible, and he shows me a character in Hebrew. And he said, I want you to... it's so hard to explain the way that he spoke, but he's basically telling me, now notice how this character looks like a man. And I'm like, yes, okay, I see it. And he says, he's not just a man. Notice this on his head. What does that look like? I said, looks like a top hat, I guess. He says, that's correct. Now what does this look like? And I said, I'm not for sure. You tell me. He goes, it's a backpack. It looks like a man wearing a backpack and a top hat. So what he's describing to me is a Mason. Masons are known to wear a Union Jack, like wear a top hat. That's in some of the degrees or one of the branches you can take where they wear top hats. And also, they're known as travelers. If one Mason wants to contact another, or they're trying to find out if who they're talking to is a Mason, they'll ask him, well, are you a traveler? And then that Mason will say the rest of the riddle or say the rest of the saying, and then they know. Sort of like how, you know, when if you're a trucker or something like that, or you use CB radio terminology, you know, they have their own 10-4, and they have their 10 codes, and they have other words that signify different things. That's basically the same with Freemasonry and other groups too. And so basically what he's telling me is that I should pursue something such as Freemasonry. And that's one way that I can get in contact with the spirits, with spirits. I personally do believe that I've been targeted since I was a child. And not only that, I feel like I'm hated on that side for various reasons.
That you're what on that side?
I'm hated, that
okay.
I'm marked. Yeah. Like I don't feel like they necessarily feel good about me or the things that I've done to overcome being a Jehovah's Witness and various people who were put into my life. And if they could win me over in some way, like or just anything to get a foot in the door to get into my life, they would try to, and it would be disastrous for me because I truly believe like they hate me. I truly believe that, and I think you know, we know people in this community who are people who are hated on the spirit side. It's my opinion, and I know this to be true for various reasons, but the Jehovah's Witnesses, the way that they find themselves at your door, that they're given territory cards. So they're given a whole map of your county, and various different kingdom halls will be in that county, and each hall will have their own allotted amount to go door to door. They'll divide the county up, and that's how they end up at your door. And with these territory cards, they write down the various details of their interactions with you. How many people they thought were in the house, were their children, were their pets, is anybody home, and if they're home, are they hiding? Does it look like nobody's home? You can tell there's somebody there. Are they home by hiding? And I believe this is exactly a reflection of what happens in the spirit realm.
Yeah.
This is the way the demons operate. So you were saying earlier about how that someone else's demons will be talking with demons following you. This is how you find people who come into your life who have all these things in common, and it's so odd. You can't find a single red flag about this person, and they just seem so right to be in your life for whatever reason. And then finally, either the mask drops or you hear the rest of the story. And it's just the most horrible thing to have in your life. These are the most horrible, toxic people that you can imagine. And yet, at first, they knew exactly how to get in.
Mm-hmm.
And various people are led into your life this way, whether it's for romantic reasons or professionally, friendships or whatever. It's like you can't be just accepting of anybody who just seems friendly to you. It's just really, you can't accept things from people either.
Yeah.
Like gifts or anything like that. It's just not the thing to do. I wish
Gifts with
anything
consequences.
Sorry, go ahead.
Gifts with consequences. The lavender is used in love and sex spells.
That is so
That's why he
strange.
was
Oh, yes, absolutely.
dosing you with that.
Yeah. I remember at one point, I know he had broken down and started just absolutely crying his eyes out. And he was begging me to forgive him. And for what, I didn't know. But, later on, after he was out of my life, a lot of things come to light. Different people came to me and told me things that he was saying about me, and different women that I had dated or whatever, things would go awry because he was also talking about something maybe unflattering about myself or something like that, and they said that it was so weird, and I explained to them, things that he was doing too, like the types of advice that he was giving me, and it was just so odd. And what this all amounted to was he was so very possessive of me, and he wanted me.
Even the dating the women after you,
Yeah.
if he could be intimate with those women, he could learn more about you and how to get to you.
Yes, absolutely.
Did he give any nicknames to you? Did he have any kind of pet names for you or anything like that?
No, no.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't have allowed anything like that, for one thing. And he probably would have known that I wouldn't have allowed that. So,
Okay.
um,
That's one thing that a lot of predators will do. They instantly try to give people new names,
right.
so that
Yeah,
they can
it'll
re-identify
give-
them.
So, yeah, it'll give a sense of intimacy between the two.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's, yeah. Yeah, he was up there. He dated, he tried to, when he was like, say, I think he was 27, and he took this 14-year-old girl to a movie, not to a movie, to a concert, and made out with her. As far as I know, that's as far as it went. And then after that, we never really heard from her too much more after that.
Mm-hmm.
But I know, like, the different women that he has dated, that he would just suddenly lose interest in. there's a really beautiful woman he was dating who was a Jehovah's Witness, and she's a very funny person. She's a friend down to this day. Very beautiful, gorgeous, absolutely. You know, if you were a witness male, you would want to pick a woman like this. And for no reason, he just up and broke up with her. I suppose because it was getting too serious. They had dated long enough to where he didn't have an excuse not to be popping the fresh gin or getting more serious about it. So he ended up ruining that relationship. And the reason why I say that he was interested in myself too, I mean, not only all of those reasons, but he would come to kind of be in a different state of mind, I suppose. It was still him, but he ended up like apologizing to me and telling me that he loved me, and he was like trying to tell me something without telling me what he wanted to tell me. But it was just the fact that he was attracted to me, and he had apologized for the different things that happened while I was dating someone. And so it's like reading between the lines, this is what it was. And after he was out of my life, a lot of people came to me and said, you know, yeah, it's obvious to us that he had a crush on you, that he really liked you.
Yeah.
And myself, like, I just felt like he was eccentric. I just thought he was like this eccentric guy. He was with, you know, he had girlfriends. He dated girls that I dated. And he even got me. So it's like, for me, I didn't really think of that too much because as a musician, you know, weird as anyway. I just didn't consider that it was that far.
Yeah. That music was his connection with you too.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. He had that Kundalini spirit, the serpent spirit.
Yes, absolutely. That's what it was. And he would talk about how it felt. I remember this one time we were sitting on the couch and he started talking about a new way that he wanted to have sex with a girl. And he wasn't talking about vaginal sex. And the way he was describing it, it was as if he was like trying to sexually harass me by putting those images in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what's wrong with me? I was like,
Grooming you.
Dude, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this. It was ridiculous. I've heard other people do things like this. And he's never done it again after that. But
He was attempting to groom you. That's the same thing that David E. Taylor, some of the cult members who have escaped, they say that one of the first things he does is start putting the images, the inappropriate sexual images into their minds. These fresh-faced young boys, really, mostly, although he does it with the women too. He'll just start saying inappropriate things and trying to put images in their mind and trying to twist them and warp them, and has several of them warped them. And then, but that's just part of the grooming process.
That's how it works. That is how it works.
And then if they would catch them doing something, say taking care of them, that's no one. If they would catch them masturbating, then they would have that on that person. Then they got that guilt, they got that shame that they've got a way to control them through that. But they weren't even doing that before that, you know, he would introduce them to pornography or just anything to try to get them to defile themselves so that they would follow his path down. And then now they're partners in crime, or you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's leverage.
Yes.
Absolutely. That he's introduced into their lives. Absolutely. I can see that. And for anybody who's listening, that if you even kind of suspect that you're in one of these groups to where they have this type of control over your life, you don't need them. The witnesses specifically say that the governing body, who are the men at the very top of the organization, that they are the mediaries between you and Jehovah. They take Jesus Christ out of the picture altogether. In fact, they teach that he is an angel named Gabriel. Or that they teach that he's Michael the Archangel in heaven, that's his name. So that when he's in heaven, his name is Michael. That's what they teach. And in order to gain Jehovah's favor, you have to you have to stay close to the governing body and that organization.
Yeah.
I've had something else that I wanted to mention too was they have this wicked control over people, even up to like medical choices, the way that you dress and groom yourself, the way that you speak, several different aspects. And when it comes to the medical sides of things, what I can tell you is I firsthand had a situation where I found myself in the hospital, and they didn't have to have anybody there for me to be under their control because I did it myself. They have normally what's called a hospital liaison committee, and this is a group of 2 or 3 elders who will show up if you're in the hospital and make sure that you're not in a situation to where you're going to accept a blood transfusion. They misuse the scripture in the Bible to where it talks about abstaining from blood. They have their translation, which is called the New World Translation, which puts Jehovah's name where it's not supposed to be several hundreds of other times that it's not supposed to be there. And so they, as I was saying, they misuse several of these scriptures and twist them to where you won't accept a blood transfusion. And in a lot of cases, that may be your only chance in surviving. I was telling you the other night, you both the other night, what it kind of reminds me of is, say, if you and your wife or you and your husband were walking downtown and a mugger comes with a gun and says, "I'm going to shoot your mate if you don't give me their wedding ring." And you say, well, I'd rather the ring signifies our marriage and it's so important. It's that we absolutely cannot give you the ring. They're just going to have to die. If they die, they die. And that's what it's like, because they say that life is in the blood. That and while it's true, what they're saying is that they say that you're not supposed to have a blood transfusion, and they misapply where it says not to be eating and consuming blood and dedicated to other gods and things like that. So ultimately, you're losing life itself by adopting their twisted view of what the symbol of life is.
And other life-saving procedures too, that they'll convince you that it's your lack of faith that if you do that, you're not showing faith.
Yeah, they do this with so many different things. It's ridiculous. I know when I was trying to leave the organization, or I suppose I've been able to distance myself for such a long time that I'm not even really thought about anymore. So I'm not disfellowshipped. Now, I was disfellowshipped one time based on a lie. And when you look at the different statistics available now, there's a high percentage of suicides who were Jehovah's Witnesses because there was fellowship. They can't stand the isolation. They've never been isolated before, you know. And so you're not supposed to be with anybody who's not Jehovah's Witness. You're not allowed to be around Jehovah's Witnesses or speak to them. And you're left alone and you're punished. And this could be years at a time. There's no set date for when this is going to be over. So for you, it feels like it's forever.
Yeah.
And especially when most of the people already have some type of mental illness or they're sick in some way or another, and they're being fed this information which makes you sick. It does make you sick anyway. So,
Right.
And not only that, you don't want to be disfellowshipped, especially if Armageddon's coming.
Right.
So there's so many aspects that they try to control your life. And one of the ways that I was able to convince my family that I'm doing this for the right reasons was because I had died. I had lost a lot of blood because since I was a kid, I had really bad heartburn. And eventually, I think it was around 24, 25 maybe, and it had finally eroded a part of my esophagus that caused me to bleed out. And at this point, it was filling my stomach, and I'd thrown up blood everywhere in the bathroom. And it was horrible. And later, I went to the hospital, and I think it was the night after. I started throwing up blood, and you might ask, like, why would we wait so long? And I couldn't tell you. Why. But I believe at the time we were thinking the blood is kind of brown, kind of rusty looking, so maybe it's not like a new cut. Maybe, you know, I didn't really know what it was from. It was just really odd to happen. Well, I started vomiting later that evening, and it's fresh. So we get to the hospital, and I'm in the waiting room, or in the waiting lobby, or whatever you want to call it, at the ER. And I vomit once again, a large amount of blood, and I pass out. And I wake up on the operating table, and the doctor's telling me, you know, if I don't take a blood transfusion, then I'm more than likely going to die. They're going to do their best if I decide not to take blood, but you know, they can't guarantee it. And the likelihood of my death is pretty certain. And I told them, well, you will know that there are safe ways to possibly give me volumyzer or something to help. I said, it's not your fault if I die. You know, this is what I want. This is what I definitely believe. And this happened another 2 times that I don't remember. But what I was able to express to them is, you know, my sincerity. You know, I definitely believe that I was right and that I was, you know, going to serve Jehovah up until my death. You know, and that was even in the core of me, to where I'm unconscious and a very unsafe state of mind and unsafe. I guess I would be considered vulnerable, and that really helped a lot. Now, in terms of odd spiritual things, and I ended up being okay, by the way. Obviously,
You survived.
yeah, I survived, and it chills
Thank God.
down my spine thinking about it. And I'll tell you why. When I was on the ground on the floor of the bathroom, I was kind of it's like sort of like, okay, so when you go to the gym and you start getting a pump, as they say, you're trapping blood in your muscles and pushing nutrients and vitamins and oxygen in your muscles, and it's being pumped up like a balloon full of this nutrition, full of this blood. And so the opposite happens when you lose a large amount of blood, and you become completely weak, like it's as if you deflate. And at this point, my dad had woken up, and I was kind of flopping around, you know, trying to get up. It was really hard for me to get. I could barely get up, and I'm telling my dad to call the ER, call the ambulance, and he's not listening to me. He's saying, "What are you drunk or something?" I'm like, and there's obviously blood all over the place. So he's trying to look at me and see if I'm cut, or I don't know what he's doing. But I mean, this is the type of thing where it's the type of situation that when you see it, you call 911. Like that's just what you do. I don't know what he was thinking or what was going on in his mind, but it was just so odd. And he to this day, he can't tell you what he was thinking. But this probably took like maybe 4 or 5 minutes of him being non-responsive and just like looking at me and talking to me. And I'm so frustrated because I feel like I'm about to pass out. Until my mom finally wakes up from the commotion. And she comes and she helps me get up and she cleans me off and I think we call the hospital or we call 911 and they ask what the color is. And I think we're about to get ready and drive there and I guess I kind of come to and I'm starting to feel a little bit better. I'm like, well, I'm not sick anymore. And I feel really weak, but I don't think I might necessarily have to go because the blood was so brown color. So I think we decided to wait and we went later that evening. Now I bring this up because of the way the sad way that my father behaved. Years later, I'd say about 4 or 5 years later, my grandmother on his side of the family died. And now she was staying with her daughter, which was my dad's sister, and that would be my aunt. And I never really hung out with that side of the family too much. I never really liked that side of the family too much. It was very odd to me. Kind of bizarre people, in my opinion, and I just never felt at home around these people. That being said, it's at the funeral when they're getting things ready that she decides to tell my mother and my father that, well, the way that she died was that she had fallen on the floor and she just didn't help her get up. And so for, I think she said like 3 or 4 hours she was on the floor. But it's like she said, I couldn't help her get up. When all she had to do was call an ambulance. And that's where she died. So she just observed her mother squirming on the floor and dying. There's no reason that she should have died. She probably later died of a heart attack. I don't remember what was said about it or the cause of death or anything. But that's what happened. And when it happened, children happened. That was like the scariest thing to me because I kept thinking like, well, what if the demons were trying to, make this happen in my life, and since they failed, they were able to make it happen in someone else's life.
Yeah, just trying to wipe out that family line.
Yes. There's just, for me, there's just no denying that these demons have spiritual territory. They just do.
Oh yeah. One of the things we did the other night for people that just to talk about things that we can do when there's been trauma like that. One of the things we did was prayers of forgiveness for ourselves and for others. And that doesn't make what they did okay at all. That just means I can't shoulder this. This is yours, Lord. You take care of that, and that's an important thing to do too, so that we don't end up with trauma on top of trauma, given access and an open threshold for demonic attachments to pile in through bitterness and anger, justified as it may be, anger and bitterness and resentment and things like that, because those are like drinking poison and expecting someone else to die from it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could definitely see where I would have had, openings in my life, because I was a miserable person, completely miserable, especially before I started doing EMDR therapy or different therapies to get over various things that I've caused to myself, even growing up and being in this religion, and not, growing up and coming out of this religion, waking up to the fact that this is a cult, and it is well known to be a cult. There's several resources available for people who were, who were in this particular cult. And I'm part of several of the survivor groups. Well, at least two. More often than not, I go in and participate in those. And forgiveness is a huge part of it. And not the type of forgiveness that they preach about, but the type that our Father in heaven talks about, the type that His Son, Jesus Christ, talks about. A big part of staying safe myself was using Jesus Christ's name more often.
Mm-hmm.
When you're in a Kingdom Hall, and if you just keep talking about Christ, people are going to look at you really funny. The first thing they might would say is something like, "Well, are you one of the born agains or something?" Or if you're like, there's so much that can, like, if you're learning about the religion and you're in, and you're trying to change for the better, that will signify that something is off. Like they'll see right away that you're different, that something has changed about you, and they'll talk to elders about it. They
Report you.
Yeah, they'll report you. They want to bring you back into the fold and reintegrate you into their system of being. So odd, but there are different resources, like I said, that I could recommend. I hadn't yet talked about what had happened with my ex, so I don't know if we have time to talk about that or not. But, there are only a few things that really kind of that I thought was.
Anybody can drop off and come back and finish watching the stream later if they need to. You get out what you need to get out.
I'll talk about some of the more. This woman entered my life, and she had also grown up as a Jehovah's Witness, and she had a lot of issues in her life as well growing up. Her mother died when she was a little girl, and her mother was 44 years old. She died of congenital heart failure. And throughout the years, different things happened with her that were odd. But she grew up kind of off and on loosely as a Jehovah's Witness, and mostly had really good memories of it. Which was great for her, and we kind of bonded on some of the better memories that you have as a Jehovah's Witness. So I remember one time, this would have been after Derek is out of my life completely. And so I end up buying the travel trailer in the backyard, and I'm staying in it now. and my girlfriend she's visiting me, and we had a really big fight. She had a lot of chaos in her life. She was she had hid the fact for a long time, but she ended up with a diagnosis of being a borderline personality disorder owner. That's what she had, basically. And I say that just for clarity's sake, and not because I'm, saying anything bad about anyone who may have this. No, I feel for you. If you have to deal with the schemas, and if you have to deal with rotational type of personality switches and things like that, like, I really do feel for you. But I will tell you that therapy will help you. It just will. And this was something that was that she never quite addressed in her life, even though she would promise to. She would promise to take care of it, but then she just never would, or something would come up, and that's just how it was. So for years we were like that, and we had a really, really bad fight about something, or an argument. I don't even recall what the subject matter was, but I know we were both exhausted, and so she was sleeping in the bed, and I was sitting on the couch, and I was just so angry at her. I was really angry with her, and I'm like kind of looking at her, kind of like I'm seething almost, and I'm seeing what kind of looked like a black cloud, or like a mist above her body. And it's already dark, but this looks way darker. It looks pitch black. And I'm staring, and I'm like, I'm sure I'm not seeing what I'm really seeing, and possibly this is something to do with my eyes, or whatever. And until I hear her voice, and she says my name, and she says that she just can't deal with this right now, that her energy is too heavy, or that my energy is too heavy for her, that she knows I'm angry and she's sorry, but that I have to stop, and everything's going to be okay, something along those lines. And now she's laying on the bed, facing away from me, like toward the wall, like the bed is right beside the wall, and she's facing it. There's no way that she can see me looking at her in the darkness, as it is anyway. And so I come over to her, and I wake her up, and I said, what did you say? What do you mean? And she didn't know what I was talking about. She had always told me that she felt like she had a presence in her life protecting her. Like, so you mean like your mom or something? Like, and she said no, but it was there since she was a little girl. And I kind of felt like, and I told her, it's like, well, do you feel like maybe this is like an ownership type of thing, and maybe this isn't the best thing to rely on when you get in trouble, to rely on some entity or some energy out there looking out for you, as you put it. And she said that she didn't feel any type of negative way about it. Whereas in my mind, I could see all types of opportunity for just by saying that just by her stating those words, she's like allowing or giving a type of passive approval.
Assent.
To happen. And I would try to, talk to her about this, and it would never really go anywhere. I know one time she was staying with she was staying with her grandfather at the time, and she was in the backyard taking photos of these elephant ear plants. Where I live, they get massive. So she's taking a group of photos, because you can just hold down the button and a bunch of photos will take.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Like
as
a
long
bird.
as you hold down the button, like the rapid succession of photos will keep going on and on with her cell phone that she had.
Uh-huh.
And in one of the flashes, just where the wood line is it appears to be, I'll describe it like, it looks like a druid. It looks like, and it's floated up about 30 feet up the side of a tree. And the way that you see the edges of a water droplet, that's how you could see the edges of his features of his face and his beard. He had a big, long, triangular beard. He had this triangular hat, like a wizard's looking hat, very atypical of that. He had this gaunt face, sunken cheeks, sunken eyes, really dark eyes. And his waist kind of disappeared into this geometric shape. I don't really recall that his arms were any type of way. He just kind of looked like it was almost like a part UFO and part entity with lizard-like appearance, druid-like appearance. And it's only there in one of the snapshots of say 10 photographs.
Mm-hmm.
And she was trying to get the best shot, and there it was. We had shared it around with a couple people on YouTube at the time that we were following, and I'm going to have to try and get those back because she's no longer with us. She had passed away this last February of congenital heart failure. She was 33 when she died.
Do you know if there was a history of witchcraft in her family? Or mental illness?
Definitely mental illness. There was drug use in her family. There was a lot of perverts on one of the sides of her family. So even without that, like there were several other opportunities. I personally, my great grandfather was an Oddfellow, and his wife was an Eastern Star member. So I know that my family, they're definitely followed and tagged, and I believe the same for her as well.
Mm-hmm. And the sad part too is with the mental illness and the demonization, they feed off each other.
Yes, they're compounded for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very typical. That's generally how it works. It's very common. And in her case, it was just too much. She would later on go on to be involved. So I ended up having to end the relationship with her, and we were together for 9 years. Almost every day, inseparable. There were some times where we might be away from each other a couple of weeks, or we might have an argument that was lasted way too long. But we were faithful to each other, and ultimately best friends, and just wild for each other, really. But finally, I'd say this would be around about a year before she died, about 10 months before she died in February. We broke up, and what had happened was she started getting into working in candle magic. She wanted to do these prosperity spells, and she started giving these candles to her friends and involving other people. It all came to kind of a head when she was, we were getting ready to move out of this place, and I found a Tupperware of dirt And I was about to throw it out, like, what is this? I was like, I thought maybe her nephew, like had like maybe an animal in there at one time or something like that, like an insect or a pet or like a lizard or something like that. And so I have it in my hand. I'm about to take it outside, and she grabs it from me. And she's like, "What are you doing with that?" Well, I said, "It's nothing. It's just dirt." And she said, "No, that's graveyard dirt." So she's messing around doing this stuff, and I'm just like, "This is too much." It's like I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
She was already letting people in her life who were family members who were chaotic people, and just making things far worse. And I couldn't. There was a pattern in my life with her to where she would make decisions based as though she's a single person, but yet I have to come by and live with it. I have to suffer the consequences for avoidable, boring, problematic.
Self-destructive.
Self-destructive decisions that she would make, yes. And I'd have to like clean up after it, or deal with it, or deal with the isolation and alienation that I would have from my family, because they definitely weren't going to deal with it. And I was isolated that way for many years in various different ways. And so I left. I had to break up with her, and a lot of things kind of come out. There's so many weird things that happened with her that there's just not enough time to go over all of them. But those are the main points. I know I've been attacked there while she was doing that stuff. I had been scratched up and down my chest with what it appeared to be, it looked like a razor blade. Several cuts on my chest, like a swipe, like a claw swipe.
Yeah.
I still have the scars to this day and the way that we found out about it was I was bleeding through my shirt and quite a bit.
Too, some of those demonic attachments, they're focused on one. This is mine. This is my property, and they'll be very jealous of the mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw a video of that happening, where this entity that was taking the appearance of a little girl. It's a well-known one, and it's on YouTube, and I forget her name, but he says there's a film crew in there filming for a news station or for a TV show or something. And he says, I don't know why I'd do something to make her mad, and it feels like it starts to burn, and he lifts the shirt, and as he's lifting his shirt, a cut is appearing on his chest. Well-known video, but it's because this entity doesn't like males and is constantly following around the female all the time.
Yeah. You were encouraging her to get healthy, and it wasn't having anything of it. She was their territory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Major respect to you for everything you've been through, and that you never gave up on trying to improve on yourself and trying to heal yourself and trying to sort things out and trying to take care of other people along the way. And a lot of respect for you. God bless you for that.
For a lot of the bad that I've grown up with, I did have loving parents, and especially my mother. I wouldn't be where I am without her. She's absolutely one of those people that I think, she doesn't believe that she's going to be an angel when she dies, or when she thinks she's going to be inheriting Earth, but if ever there was an angel on Earth, it's her. And I do model, who I'd want like a perspective made to be based on how she treats me, how loving she is. Well, at least in the good ways,
Yeah.
And I really appreciate it. I appreciate you letting me talk here. I did have a few resources for anybody who's a Jehovah's Witness or.
Sure. Are you able to get into the chat? are they links you can put in the chat?
Sure, I will do this after we hang up. And
Oh, okay.
the link
Okay.
to that.
And then I wanted to tell you too, the book is called How to Create an Undetectable Mind Control Slave, and it's by Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. And
Yes,
it's
I have
even, say it again.
I have it.
Oh, there you go. Okay, that, and it's online. I noticed the other day that it's a free download now. That's I could only read so much of it. I gave it to my brother because I didn't want all of that in me. You know, I skimmed through. I just didn't want to absorb all that. It's horrifying. Anybody that tries to read it, but I read enough to know to follow the pattern. And this was years ago that I read it, but it's all along the lines of the predators and how systematic the demons and the demonic people, any kind of predator is. They're working hard to take people down and to destroy lives and to capture souls. And Christ followers, children of God, really need to step it up with putting in our hours of study and prayer and worship and to fight back against it. We can't be lazy because they're a lot of things, but they're not lazy. You know,
Not
they're
only that, but they have
organized.
hundreds of, they have thousands of years of experience.
Yes, absolutely. Kind of like the Bigfoot. We say it may be the first Bigfoot you saw, but you're not the first person they've seen.
Right. And they see the patterns immediately, and they know exactly what to say and what to do.
Exactly.
So it's like a skilled fighter. If they see you even moving a certain way, they know you're going to throw a punch a certain way.
Yep. Looking for a weakness.
Right.
Looking for a pattern.
That's what they're going to do every time they're going to do this, if they can.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you, Jerry, do you have? Oh, and I wanted to say, talking about your friend, and just to the viewers, the best interrogation is the one that you don't even know. For the best way to give an interrogation is the person doesn't even know they're being interrogated. They're just having a conversation. And that's something that people also need to be very careful of, not volunteering too much information about themselves. And we do that when you're a person that's not deceptive and trying to hide things, and you're just friendly and open. You just spill your guts sometimes to people, and the predatory people will take note of that and try to use it against you. So we need to be teaching our children not to just give up every little bit of information about themselves. It's okay just to say yes or no and not volunteer way beyond that, until you really get to know someone.
Something too is the idea of phone calling people, like even if it's just someone who's in the community, someone who's in the Bigfoot community or anywhere or whatever. The idea of talking to someone for hours on the phone gives a false sense of intimacy.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't something that needs to happen. It's okay to have friends, if you know this person in real life, even then, it's not a guarantee that these are people who you can trust.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is.
It is.
Demons are very, very patient. They got time. They've got until they're gotten rid of. They're not tied to our physical body timelines.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, like with the communities, the various, like if it's Bigfoot or UFO or you need to just go ahead and expect that these people are going to have attachments, especially if they're out going ghost hunting or stuff like that. They're going to have attachments. So
Yes.
I'm not saying to discount this person or be rude or anything. I'm just saying
Be wise.
Freely give of yourself, like your secrets. Don't
Yeah.
do things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and you can watch too for the people that come around only when something is going wrong and they're asking a lot of questions, or those kind of people got to be wary of. The friend that only calls you when things are bad because they want to know what's going on, what's up, and or people will even volunteer information. Like, look, it can even be complaining online about your mate has irritated you or something like that, and and on the flip side, it can be talking to some people that you know about your intimate relations with your partner. The wrong people are listening to that, and they're looking for any kind of way in. So now they know how to get to them. Like this man that was being with your ex-girlfriends, he was gleaning information from them. And people will volunteer, and they'll leave that crack there for the demon or the demonized people to get in. If they're complaining online about their partner, or even to their friends. To begin with, you should be talking to your partner about your problems with your partner. Or if you've gotten to the point where you need to have counseling, go together to the counseling and talk to a professional that you've checked out real good in their background. But we don't need to be discussing and complaining with the other people. It just, even about our kids, so now this person knows your kid has a tendency to do this or to do that. The predators will know how to get to your kid. Open-hearted people volunteer way too much information, and open those thresholds themselves and set traps for themselves.
What's true is you'll hear in a lot of cases of a child who was groomed from an older person who just had everything in common with them. And most of the time, it's this child talking about something, and this other person saying, "Oh, that's exactly me. That happened to me when I was your age, and this happened, and this happened." Or you'll see this even with your friends or with other people who maybe they're hanging around someone you don't know or you don't really trust them, and suddenly they're saying, "Oh, that happened to me too. That happened to me this way."
Yeah.
Oh, we literally share everything in common.
Yes.
We've had so many of the exact same situations happen to us. Isn't that funny?
Mm-hmm. And a lot of times the parents will be grateful because they've got this awkward kid that has trouble making friends, and they're like, "Yay, they finally found a friend. That's good." And they're not really looking into it. They haven't prepared their kid. And loneliness is a huge trap. People have got to learn to be alone with themselves and to be okay with being alone. Learn to do things alone so that they're with someone because they want to be and not because they need to be.
Someone who is in an organization such as the Jehovah's Witnesses, who absolutely hide the fact that there's pedophiles.
Mm-hmm.
They hide it.
Yeah.
They don't want to be sued. They don't want the lawsuits, but they're coming.
Yeah.
And there's hundreds of cases, and it's all around the world where they're getting banned. They're getting their 501c3s taken from them.
Good.
And they're no longer can apply for government assistance and government money and stuff, which they all get. So when that older brother at the hall says, "Oh yeah, young so and so can come by. I have a fishing pond," don't let things like that happen.
Yeah.
Like what? No matter what religion you're in, it doesn't matter, or what organization. Like I said before, it's just it's just too. You're too vulnerable, whether you believe it or not. And the less that you believe that you're vulnerable, the more vulnerable you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Jerry, do you have any?
Well, I was just going to say that. Thank you for the information and the interview. We appreciate this. Also, that spiritual warfare is fair game. These demons, they're very, very patient. They're waiting for that ascent or that right to a person, and that these demons have developed this program, and it's a demon system that it's a script or that they follow page by page. Um,
Yeah, their playbook's not complicated. It's the same thing over and over.
and the demons will always be where the victims are, and people are given a demon. You know that's like that guy who was in or Derek. That was like a given demon trying to gain you or gain a person, which is territory, and people are a territory, and that the motions that he was using is to hypnotize you, or when people look at you eye to eye, that's a form of hypnotism, or to gain control of somebody.
Even strippers, exotic dancers will do that. That's one of the things that they're taught is that eye contact. It's mesmerizing like a cobra. Too much eye contact.
And this guy that was telling you how to contact, travelers are demons. Travelers are body to body. They're moving, and that all the demons have sigils. They have a calling card. And that calling card is to contact another to open a threshold, and it's a trap that when you use a sigil or make a sign like that, I think even in the movies when they make a sign or something or a sigil, it'll open a door. And that
when we see something like that in the movie, we make a sign of the cross.
That was one of the things that I forgot to mention. During one of these times when I was hanging out with them, my vision did go black at one point, and in my mind's eye, I could see what looked to be a sigil. I didn't write it down, and I didn't understand what that was until years later when this man is telling me about writing down this sigil. If I were to draw this sigil, that I would come in contact with whichever spirit I was to come in contact with. And obviously I'm being watched anyway.
Yeah.
And we all are.
And when these sigils are used, it's not contacting a person.
Correct. Right.
It's contacting a demon. And once that demon sees you or anyone make a sigil, they're contacting the other demon saying, okay, he's fell into the trap.
Open door.
I need you to get him to contact this person. So they think it's person to person and like this is magic or something. But these are demons contacting each other and using the sigils as a trap, not to open. I mean, it opens doors, but it opens the door to give a scent. So we're glad that you were able to recognize these things. And one of the things we talk about is that we have to take ourselves out of that equation. And we're glad that you knew when to, even when you said I had to leave or I had to go somewhere.
No matter how much you loved her.
Yeah, that's taking yourself out of that equation because they were coming after you. And there's been many during your lifetime that's been trying to get you for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
It could be your bloodlines that they're after, or that there was a leak somewhere or an open threshold and they wanted to pull you fully in.
Yeah.
So they're showing you ways to open your threshold. They're showing you ways to trap you to get you a demon. And once that door opens, they flood in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, before my ex-fiance died of heart failure, she swore to me, I said, knowing you probably tried to put some type of spell on me. Well, I really hope you didn't, because if it comes back, on you or anything like that, it's not for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's because of what you're dabbling in. So don't be do anything like that. She said, no, I would never do something like that to you. And, what I believe her. No, I don't, because I ended up having to take my pet to the vet, and he was coughing and gurgling, and it was really bad. I almost thought I was going to lose him. And he ended up getting diagnosed with heart failure. Okay? He got diagnosed with heart failure. A week later, exactly 7 days, I get a message from her, and she's telling me that she was diagnosed with heart failure.
Mm-hmm.
And so about 3 weeks after that, she died in the hospital.
Mm.
So,
Yeah.
And even the people who go ahead.
I don't believe in consequences.
Yeah. Yep.
Or you mean coincidences?
Oh, coincidence.
I do believe in consequences.
Right,
I don't
right.
believe in coincidences.
Right. Same.
And demons are patient, and demons are in control as far as the hierarchy or the principalities that were working day and night to get each and every one of us. And the demons will even take the Bible out of context to benefit the demon or Satan, like the one those without sin cast the first stone. That's talking about that woman when Jesus was there. But so many people will try to use that to deflect, or to get out of a situation.
That we're never supposed to judge anything at all. We're just supposed to let anything happen whatsoever, and that's just simply not true.
Yeah.
We are supposed to be judging situations, judging actions, and things like that. We really are, for ourselves and for others.
But a lot of the Bible, and like you're saying, with the Jehovah's Witness, they're taking the Bible out of context to benefit a predator system or their master.
Yeah, that part in the Bible isn't even in their translation anymore. It's been taken out of the translation.
Wow.
And not only that, but
We're having trouble hearing you.
are you still having trouble hearing me?
There we go.
That's better.
Sorry about that. I was saying that the Jehovah's Witnesses took that section out of their Bible, that chapter out of their Bible.
The whole chapter.
Happening about the lady without sin cast the first stone. And the thing about the woman was that she had a condition. The condition was to go on without sinning.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jesus said it's the book of Moses who accuses you.
And
Go
that's
and
also,
sin no more. Yeah.
once we become a child of God, we don't do those things. We do everything we can to not break those laws, and we carry ourselves as a man, and we control ourselves as a man, so that those laws don't be broken, so that we become a righteous man. But I'm glad you was able to get yourself out of those situations. Not many people know or can do that, and they go deeper and deeper and deeper, and they get so lost that they feel there's no way back.
Mm. Get addicted to things. Get bitter.
And they start producing that. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I have certainly felt that way too. I was so lost, so very lost. And what turned it around for me was waking up, first learning information, okay?
Educating
yourself. A
yourself.
lot of education about, and really studying like the actual Greek scriptures themselves and the Hebrew scriptures, the actual translation of them, like such as the interlinear Bible, things like that. That really helped me get used to the idea that perhaps I'm not being told the truth.
Right.
And so I just had to find myself in a position to where I'm praying to the one and only Father, the Creator of everything, send His Son Jesus. That's the God I'm praying to.
Yes.
And that's what I had to do without using the name Jehovah. And I certainly don't feel as though I just come across information in these situations lightly. I feel like I was led to this knowledge through the Holy Spirit. I can't think of any other way that it has happened for me personally.
Yeah. You know, I used to have so many years of terrible, terrible nightmares. And when I was in my younger years, very much younger years, we were Jehovah's Witnesses also, but they would teach us that if you had a nightmare to say the name of Jehovah, and that never worked. But when I started saying the name of Jesus in my dream, it works every time.
Same. Exact same.
And we have to educate ourselves of the system, or the predator system, of the predator ways and the predator's intentions, the predator's behaviors. We have to educate ourselves, and we have to, as a man, we have to go and get that education. We can't sit back and think that the school system is all the education that, you know, we're supposed to have. We're supposed to go look, seek, and we shall find.
Mm-hmm.
And that they're always going to be around a predator system and predator people, and that's the fruits of the people that are around them, who they work with, and who's on that council, and who's covering everything up. But we also know that we have to control ourselves from our own programming, our own training, our programming to be a victim, because we're taught at a young age to be a victim, to be an abuser. We were taught that if we pull a girl's hair, or hit a girl on the shoulder, that means that we like them. But we're being taught abuse. We're being taught to harm that woman that we love or that we like. But being a child of God, about being a man, being a child of God, that we can't deviate from that path. We can't go back the way, and we can't reiterate the training. We can't accept the programming. We've got to go against everything, basically everything that we've been taught since birth, since we were kids.
Our generation was taught to be alcoholics. It was in every movie, every TV show, commercials.
Abusers. We were taught to be abusers.
Yeah, abusers, alcoholics, just yeah.
And even like
we've been programmed to be this way.
Yeah,
addicted.
even the song that Lee Trackery has, you know, they were trying to confuse everybody through generations, but also we were taught to, you know, slap women, hurt women, and that was a form of love. But so we have to go against everything that we've been taught. I mean, we're taught to, if somebody offends you, to hit them.
Not to control your impulses.
Not to control yourself. And even me, I had to go against every program I could think of to control myself. Even like some women will wear like tight clothing at the mall or something. Half the time I won't even go to the mall, or I'll have to look straight up, or have to look to the left or look to the right. But we're taught that, you know, we're supposed to be attracted to all that stuff, when also that the women, they should be carrying themselves better, more dignity, and not cause any temptations. Just like the men, don't cause a temptation. Don't do something in front of a woman that you know that she's attracted to. So we have to go against all of our programming. We have to restart, reprogram, we have to do everything that we can to carry ourselves as a man, and also the women to carry themselves as a woman, a respectable, a dignified person. It's not pride. It's to be dignified in.
Treat yourself as a child of God. Like we asked the Holy Spirit to live in us,
Mhm.
then we need to make it a home fit.
And we got to also think that, would God accept me if I'm abusing, if I'm name calling, if I'm causing chaos? Is this acceptable to God? I mean, to a man, it's not acceptable. To a child, they're taught to throw tantrums, raise their voice, hit people, throw things if they don't get their way.
Blame others for their actions.
And even raising your voice to someone, that's unacceptable, no matter what they're doing to you. We don't have to lose control. We have to control ourselves to be acceptable. Someone who flies off the handle and goes out and wants to hurt somebody, that's someone who's not in control. And that's a child also, but a man is in control. A man knows what's right and wrong. And we live that way. So I'm
It
very,
doesn't mean you don't handle yourself if
if need be,
self-protection is need be, but you don't go
looking for a fight.
looking for trouble, or you don't make it easy. You don't have to attend every fight you're invited to.
And God will provide no matter what for his children.
When he sees us doing our best, yeah.
There will be whatever we need will be there. We just have to trust God. We just have to, when people go to a casino and gamble, there's no trust there because they're trying to make quick money instead of letting God do God's work.
There's so many people I know that they need to pay the light bill. They only got $20. So they're going to take it and try to spend it on a lottery ticket thinking that that's going to work. And it's just,
And
it's a
then
trap.
then they get upset with God for not
Yeah.
giving them the lottery number.
Yeah.
So we're very proud of you of, taking yourself out of those equations. And that's what we all have to do. We have to take ourselves out of that equation. There's a pattern, there's a behavior, a program. We have to go against everything we've been taught and become acceptable. We have to make ourselves acceptable. We have to ask ourselves if we're acceptable. And spiritual warfare is a fair game, and the demons will use everything, every person. They'll try to give us demons. They'll do everything they can
To make us self-destruct.
to make us destruct and destroy ourselves.
Yeah.
And now God doesn't have a good vessel. Now God doesn't have a man that he had made himself. Now he's got someone who's decided to be a child of Satan. But we are very proud of you.
Yeah,
And
a lot of people would use the different trauma to make excuses, and you're not one of those people. We're very proud of you for that.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
They do have an effect 100%, and they open thresholds, but we can't stop there. We got to keep moving forward, and that's what you're doing. That's what you've been doing, is moving forward. And the person that I told the story about that was in the Children of God cult also, same with them. I'm so very proud, if they listen to this, that they also kept moving forward, and now they're trying to help other people, just like you're trying to get that information to pull other people out of the darkness. God bless you for that.
And we're glad our paths have crossed.
Yeah. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
That's
And
okay.
That's one of the hardest things for a young person to grow into being a man or a woman, and what that entails. Not everybody is going to accept you for your art or your gifts when it comes to being kind or thoughtful. If you're the type of person to just be thoughtful about people in general, you have to be okay with who you are as a person, and you're standing with Christ and His Father.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it ultimately breaks down to. And to me, that's what it means to be a man.
Yeah.
And in that way, if you can cultivate these things, even if you are in one of these groups, if you can cultivate the idea that you are good enough and that you're okay on your own because you have your Father and His Son to direct you in your life and give you the information where you need to go and what you need to learn. And even if you have to pray to remember to pray, you need to do it. Just go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead and do it, because that's what's going to lead you out of it. And that's what it means to be a man or a woman.
Yes. People complicate it, and it's really just one good decision after another, just one good choice after another, and they snowball just like one bad decision after another snowballs.
You'll be okay with yourself, and then you'll be okay to lead. You won't need to be a part of an organization.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be right.
Yeah.
And even with learning to be kind of by ourselves, we have to realize we're never by ourselves.
Right. There may not be another person there, but God is always there. You just wait, you stand at the door. People talk about God left me, I can't hear God, and God's like, I didn't go anywhere.
I'm right here.
I'll tell you one more thing, along the lines of what we're talking about, that kind of denotes just how pervasive the religion can be. I remember once I was about to go hiking, and my poor mother, she always meant the best, for sure. She definitely thought what she was doing was correct, but she sat me aside and she read me a scripture about those who seek their own company could become selfish, and she didn't want me to become a selfish person. And I was just going on a hike. I was just going to go. I didn't have any friends around or anything. Like I was a lonely Jehovah's Witness boy by myself. So, but seriously, the religion, it goes that far. It goes that far.
There's a big difference between being self-reflecting or having self-care and being selfish or self-centered. Big difference. Self-absorbed,
One of the ways you get to know the Creator is by looking at His creations.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
His sense of humor when it comes to like a puppy, the way they act or the way kids play with each other, you get to know a lot about them.
Mm-hmm.
Sure do.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much, and we'll speak again soon, and we'll go ahead and say a closing prayer and let everybody get to bed. To everybody out there, though, don't give up on yourself. Don't put up with abuse of yourself, not from yourself and not from other people. It's God's temple. We're God's temple. We're all going to make mistakes. Keep moving forward. Don't dwell in that. And don't let anybody else make you feel like you're
Not
worthless. Yeah.
I'm going to share 3 websites just audibly.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll probably leave it at that.
Okay.
The first one is for Jehovah's Witnesses. It's called silentlambs.org. That's silentlambs.org. Another one is for Mormons, Mormon abuse. It's called childpro.org. That's childpro, P-R-O.org. And then just a general excellent type of website. It's good for like domestic violence or abuse and mental health. It's called helpguide.org. It has a lot of different articles and subject matter in it. It's a wealth of information for self-help, and I found a lot of help with these different websites. So,
Great. Good deal. Thank you for that, and thank you for everything that you shared with us, and
this is helping
illustrating exactly everything that we were talking about before you came in. it was almost down the checklist of how cults work and how predators work. So thank you for that, and we'll talk to you again soon. If there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and pray.
Happy to.
Father, just thank you for being there with us. Thank you for the people that took the time to listen. These are not weak-minded people that are listening, Lord. They're people that are seeking answers and seeking you. For them to even take the time to listen to this program, or not this program, but to this presentation, it shows that they're not just all about the frivolous and silly things, which have their place here and there, but Lord, we're only here for such a short time, and there's so much work to be done, and the creator of the universe did not put us here just so that we could waste time and accomplish nothing. We're supposed to be about your business, and we just thank you so much for the way that you let us play any role in that at all. We thank you for the people you bring into our lives, and we thank you for the people that you remove from our lives, Lord, as you see fit. We love you, and take care of everyone tonight. Keep your hand over all of us, and if there be any dreams, Lord, let them only be good dreams from you. In Jesus' name, amen. So we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, you too. Goodbye.
Bye. Good night, warriors.
Good night, warriors.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with
And we
us.
saw, do we need to run through there? Run through real quick. And well, we've kept everybody up so late.
Yeah, we have.
We'll go back through it. See some new names in there. Thank you very much for being here. I saw Diesel says, be the example. That's right.
Good job, Diesel.
God bless you all. And there should be,
JR.
he said,
JR's always got good things.
JR says, some parents put a child alone outside on the porch at night, like for a disciplinary timeout period, like being alone in a penalty box. The kid is totally vulnerable to a Bigfoot swooping them away. Yeah, I got chills on that. That's just a cruel thing to do. Cruel thing. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Everyone have
And come back and leave your comments in the regular comments. Like, subscribe, share, all that stuff.
All right. Have a good evening,
Good night.
warriors. Are we moving?
So beautiful.
Are we moving?
So weird. The effect's not quite the same on film. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone who's lost in the woods. You'll say a prayer.